Hey, hey, hey. Happy Tuesday, everybody. It is August 1st, 2023. We're back. Welcome back, everyone. Great to be here with you guys. Got an interesting bit of a show today. We got an open discussion, and we're going to be talking about something that went on fellow creator's channel last night. You all know him very well. And I want everybody's opinions and theories on this situation. Thank you all once again for being here with me today. Hope you're having a great start to your day. So, what do you say? We get this show on the road. Hey, hey, hey. Glitchy, glitch, glitch. What's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night for wherever you are. Hope it's good for you because it's good for me to be here with you. It's so great to see you all once again. I hope you're all having an amazing start to your Tuesday, first day of the month. This summer's flying by, folks. Flying by. And I hope you all had an amazing night last night. Um, I hope you all did. You all deserve it. And I thank you all for being here with us today as we talk about this open discussion today in regards to the situation that went down last night over in Evil CJ's channel. We're going to be reviewing that video or that live stream, talking about it with your guys' opinions on the situation, as well as anything else you guys want to throw out there. It's that day again to have the open discussion. And I appreciate you all for being here and supporting this. So let's see who decided to grace us with their amazing presence today. Got 129 amazing people in here. 41 likes, folks. Let's make it match so we can get there out there into that algorithm and get this all over the place, folks, as we do. So, to see who's here with us today, we got Mudman in the house. Great to see you, Mudman. Thanks for joining us today. Renee M, welcome back. Christina K, great to see you. Jules of all trades, thank you so very much for joining us today, Jules. Great to have you here. Mikey S, welcome back. And congrats on being a member for 2 months, Mikey. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Melissa Jade, welcome. Good to see you. Carolyn Miller, welcome back. Great to have you here. Our friend and yours, my brother CJ, thank you so very much for joining us today. Always happy to have you here, brother. Um, Noni McPoppins in the house. Come on down, everybody. Monica Kelly, welcome. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us again. CR, welcome and good to see you here. Member for a month. That's awesome. Crime Sleuthen's in the house, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for jumping back in. Miss Heather, welcome back, dear. Kib Kitty, great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Jody, welcome back. Great to have you. Nikki Animate, great to see you again. Let's see. Salty Sleuth, true crime time in the house. Good to have you back. My friend Jesse, all the way from Thailand. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Rumsey, welcome back. Great to see you. Vix Logic, same for you. No chains, no more. Good to see you. Thanks for being here, dear. I appreciate you. Doc, welcome. Good to see you. Anna Flavia Constantino, always a pleasure. Great to see you here. Thank you for joining us today. The OG Brandy B's in the house. Thanks for being here, Brandy. Miss Bonnie Messick, thank you so very much for that. I appreciate you so very much. Great to see you. And thank you for being here, Bonnie. Daisy Dead, welcome back, darling. Good to have you. Good to see you. Christina K, great to have you here. Sandy Placence, welcome. It's so good to see you. Good to have you here. Amy Conway, welcome back. Buenos dias to you, my dear. Let me see. Miss Bonnie Bailey's in the house, folks. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Jolene, 87, welcome. Good to see you. Gaya DeGucci, always happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us again. Eve Lucky, welcome back. Great to see you. Sunny Days, how are you? How are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Skittles True Crimes in the house, everybody. Taste of Rainbow. I love to say it. I have to say it every time I see your name. I'm so sorry. What's up, Cowboy? Good to see you. Thanks for being here with us. Let me see. Miss Kim. Hello, Kim. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Let me see here. Renee M. I think I saw you. Live, love, and sail. Hey, that sounds like a plan to me. Thanks for joining us today. Legendary CEO. Welcome back. Marcy E. Great seeing you. Thanks for joining us today. Monica Kelly, welcome. Noni McPoppins is in the house, guys. Always a pleasure. Bonnie Whitney, thank you for joining us today. Tattletales, welcome back. Great to see you. Let me see. Danger Zone. What's up, my brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Always happy to have you here. Jeff H. Welcome back, bro. Good to see you. Kimberly KB. Happy to have you here. All right. Let me see. Did I miss anybody up in here? Golf Inspector General. Welcome. Good to see you, Deborah Thompson. The same. All you awesome meatballs in the house decided to come on back in and float around and spill some of this sauce with me today. And I do appreciate you all so very much. Cammy Q, welcome, darling. Good to have you back. Mike Angler, great to have you. Good to see you. Darlene M, welcome. Nefarious Hijinks, welcome. I see some new faces in here. That's so very awesome, and I appreciate you. Not that Nikki, great to see you, darling. Thanks for joining us. Lisa in Cannoli. I hope you had a wonderful day. Yesterday was Lisa's birthday, guys. If you didn't get to see her, you can wish her a belated birthday today. And I hope you had a wonderful day, Nikki. I hope you did. Let me see. I think one diamond at a time with Gloria. Welcome. Good to have you back, dear. Crystal, welcome back. Sooner Girl, always happy to see you. I think P. Fox, good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. David James, my brother from down under. Good to see you. Thanks for being here, David. Always appreciate you. Cappuccina 877, always happy to see you as well. Excuse me, folks. Sorry about that. Keeper, True Crime and Paranormal. Awesome. Love that. Thank you for joining us again. Are we getting there? Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Don Couch, welcome back. Good seeing you. Much appreciated. Great to have you all here. I am super excited. I think that covered that. Phantasmic Ether. Phantasmagoria. Gotta say it. Love it. Thank you for joining us today. Kelly Miller, welcome back. Good to see you. AP's in the house, everyone. Welcome back. Dre, welcome. Good to see you. Jillian 911, thanks for joining us from Tampa. Marguerite, great to see you, dear. David Clayton, my friend, welcome back, bro. Let's see here. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Mountain Mama's in the house, guys. Thanks for being here, Mama. I appreciate you. The Chick Antique. Always happy to have you here. Nina Kane, welcome back, darling. Good to have you. Again, Miss Bonnie, I appreciate that. The first super chat of the morning. Wow. You are on the ball. I appreciate that so much. And it says, good morning from sunny Seattle, Dago. You're a great host. Mods are on it too. Thank you. I do have the most amazing mods. Of course, I think I have the best, but everybody has their own different opinion to each channel creator, and I appreciate and respect that. But I feel I have the best. You guys do a great job, and I thank you all so very much for being here with me once again and doing the things you do. Ivan Montez, welcome. Great to see you. And Loving, welcome. Good to see you here. Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate you. I think Mama Bear is going to be joining us from the chat today if she can. She's working, folks, but she said she'll be in here. Of course, Miss Heather, I think I saw you. Kelly Coker, welcome. Great to see you. It's been a minute. Thank you for joining us today. All of you, every one of you, thank you for being here. I appreciate you so very much. All right, what's going on here? Let's get things a rolling. Here we go. And once again, Bonnie, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that so very much. Where is Eddie? I see somebody talking to him. Welcome, One Made None. It's great to have you, brother. Always a pleasure. Miss Joanne, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Wanda Life, thank you for joining us. Amy Danielle, great to have you here. All right, all right. Let me see here. Phantasmagoria. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you for joining us today. All right, folks. Sherry K, welcome. Great to see you. As I said, guys, last night, as always, I tried to join my brother CJ and give him as much support as I can. He had a live stream last night. We were on the show talking about some things, doing some things, and somebody had called in and talked about some stuff, and I wanted to review that today. A lot of you guys were in there, a lot of you guys weren't. It was an interesting scenario. We were going to have the open panel or open discussion as it was, but that's just something else I want everybody's opinion on once you see and hear this. Kel, it's good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Jesse Santiago's in the house. Welcome back. Taco Tuesday it is. Yes, it is. I thought I saw somebody. Spence, there it is. Good to see you, Spence. It is cold today here. It's 65 degrees. I don't think it's supposed to get too hot today either. It's been pretty nice past couple days. KDD, thank you for joining us. Excuse me, folks. Me, thank you for joining us. Oh, you will, everybody. Don't worry. You'll definitely hear it. T2014. Great to have you here. Thanks for seeing you. Waiting on your parts now. Yep, we got to get that thing a rolling, sir. That way we can get you home soon. 103. Ouch, that's hot. Sorry about that, folks. That is hot down there, bro. Nothing half-assed. Welcome back. Good to see you. Nina Kane, thank you for joining us today. Me, I love that name. It's just me. Hi to you. All right. Thank you all for joining me. We got 235 amazing people with 88 likes, guys. Please, if you would, please make that match so we can get up in that algorithm and get this out where we need it to be everywhere, folks. That's what it's all about. So please, even if you don't like me, just pretend like you do to get this out there, folks, if we can. Again, I want to thank you all for joining me yesterday. It was a great show in regards to the Alicia Watts case. Big mess, folks. Big mess and a sad situation, and we needed to get that one out there. So I thank you all for that and for all your support. We will be following up with that here relatively soon again. when we get some new stuff on it and some other things we're working on. So thank you for that support yesterday, as I'm sure they all appreciate it as well. Thank you so much, Miss Anna, and thank you all for the emails. Um, I appreciate that. I do look into them as often as I can. One to life. Thank you so much. Another one. 1999 super chat. Appreciate all you do, Dago. No, I appreciate all you guys do for being here. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. Excuse me. That is so very much appreciated, One to Life. Thank you. Looks like I got okay. Anita Wilkinson, welcome. Good to see you. 2:30 a.m. there. Wow. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Full of frustration. Weezer's in the house. Thank you for being here with us today. Stevie Irwin, what is up, my brother? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Again, moderators, thank you all for joining us today. I appreciate everything you all do. Patricia Mushka, thank you for joining us as well. Kyla Delilah, good to see you. Hey there, Delilah. There's Eddie. I see you now, buddy. I'm sure you guys will have plenty to talk about today for sure. Bonnie Mystic, we got a new member in the house. Thank you for rejoining, Miss Bonnie. I appreciate you. Another awesome meatball to float around the sauce. The party has arrived. Okay. All right, guys. Let me load some stuff up here. Come on down, guys. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come down here. Please sit down and have a conversation with me. I appreciate you all so very much for wanting to come in here and listen to what I have to say to you guys and wanting to express your thoughts and theories today. Detra Ed, good to see you. That's a great question. That's exactly what we're going to talk about today. That's what it's all about. North Carolina Mountain Man in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Gemini65, great to have you here. Absolutely. Let me see here. Excuse me. All right. That's loading up. Excuse me. All right. Doodlebug Fart in the house. I love the name. Hello to you. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Miss Heather. I do appreciate that. For those of you that would be interested in becoming an official family member of the True Crime Cafe, to jump in the sauce with the rest of these awesome meatballs in here. And it gives you access to our exclusive Discord chat. We do movie nights and lots of other things, music nights, and just hang out and talk all throughout the day. Gives you early access to certain shows that we're going to have and so on and so forth. Please, if you're interested, if you haven't became a member, check it out, folks. And once you do, you can get a hold of the OG, Miss Brandy B. She will hook you up with the Discord scenario and get things a rolling. It's all up to you guys. But thank you, Miss Heather, for that. I appreciate it. Sergeant Friday's in the house. Hey. Everybody tuck your shirts in and stand up straight. What is up, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. The Richard, welcome back, bro. Good to have you here as well. Aloha to you. All right. Thank you all for joining us. It be that damn Dago. That's right. Here I am. Here I is. Where's KT at? I want to say it. What it do, KT? Where you at? Come on down. Crime sleuthing got the eyes out there. I see ya. Thank you once again for being here. El Boricua. Thank you for joining us. War Eagles in the house. Roll Tide Roll. Good to have you here. Dinky 1974, thanks for joining us. Melissa French, welcome back. Good to see you. I understand, Richard. No worries. Party of five. Welcome back. Good to see you. Buenos dias and happy Tuesday to you, Alicia XO. There we go. KT's in the house now. What a dazoo. What's going on, KT? Thanks for joining us today. I do agree there, my friend. I do agree. And that's what it's all about. We're going to find out what everybody else thinks as well. And again, CJ, anytime if you feel up to it, brother, if you're not busy right now, please jump on in here with me. Let me know and I will bring you up, sir. All right, Miss Joanne. Be careful out there, dear. We'll be here. All right. I think we got everybody in here for the most part. 302 awesome people in here. Thank you so very much. I do appreciate you very much for that. Let me check something here. All right, we broke the 100 mark on the liking, which means we're going to get out in that algorithm where we should be. Pappy Man, what's up, brother? Good to see you. I will have to check that one out. Thank you for that, bro. Brandywine and True Crime, thank you for joining us. Word Sleuth, welcome back. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Beyond the Pale. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. That's Nelly B. Oh, you'll get it. No worries. No worries. 57 Vicky's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Vicky. Good to see you. All right. Let's get right to, as Mr. Harsh says, the meat and potatoes. Ivan Montez, welcome. Good to have you. Angie Riley, welcome back. Great to see you as well. Okay. Now, this was again from last night over at Evil CJ's channel, which a lot of you guys already know about, and a lot of you guys unravel. Good to see you again, dear. Thanks for joining us. She was there last night. Where are we at here? Anita Wilkinson. I did see you already. Okay, good to have you here. A lot of you guys already know about, and if you haven't, please, if we can, mods, drop a link. You guys got to go over there and show some love for CJ. He puts on a great show. I join him just about every single day, every night. We're pretty. He's a brother to me, and I appreciate everything he does. Michelle Mack, welcome back. And I support everything he does. So as he does with me most of the time, every time, just about. I got to be honest with you. What do we got here? Miss Jules makes a comment and says, "Hey, to anyone I didn't reply to, working, listening, and really just dropping questions or statements while working. So I'm not reading a lot of the chat at the moment." There you go, guys. Jet Set J, welcome to you. I do. Oh yeah, we're gonna. I'll be bringing you guys in here, comments and all. I promise. No worries, because I know you guys are gonna have some comments. That's a fact. Thank you, Miss Kelly. I appreciate that so very much. As does CJ, I'm sure. Blue Healer Mom, welcome. Good to see you here, all the way from Texas. The gateway to hell, as I call it, because it is so damn hot down there, guys. I do not know how you guys do it down there. I was talking to Jules. I talk to Jules about that all the time. Like, how do you survive the heat? It's crazy, crazy. Way too crazy. Again, thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Miss Brandy. I believe the hearing went very well. I do believe. I will not know, of course, for a little while. The judge has to make his decision. My attorney will let me know, and I think it went well. I do think it went well. The attorney did not contact me after the fact to let me know of any issues, but from what I could tell, it sounded like it went very well. So thank you all for that, for the well wishes and prayers and all of the good vibes you guys sent my direction for that. I do appreciate and love you guys for that very much. Catherine Christensen, welcome. Good to see you. Bobby J. Bobby J, welcome back. Good to see you. Come on in, everybody. Absolutely. Come on in. Grab a seat. We got plenty to talk about now. Wandering Orphans in the house. Good to see you, Miss Nikki. Thank you for joining us. Good to have you here. Absolutely. Long time no see. I was in there this morning. Nikki has a great channel. She was putting some talking about grief this morning. Is a really good way to be able to um I guess explore grief in your own life and be able to understand how to present it and have a place to go to present it, to get it out if you got something that you're grieving about. It's a great platform for that. And I thank you, Nikki, for doing what you do. I appreciate you. I agree with that, David. And we're about to find out, guys. So, again, as I said, folks, this is from the Evil CJ channel's live stream last night as I was over there. Of course, CJ. Marley Kate, welcome. Good to see you. Unravel was over there with us as well. And at some point, Rolamato was in there and somebody called in. Well, didn't really call in. It came in through the chat and ended up on panel. And Natalie B, thank you for joining us, dear. Good to see you. Rainy days, thank you for joining us. I do want to make a comment real quick though, and I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. If anybody could, I'm on Eastern Standard Time, just to say I do stay up pretty late. I was up pretty late last night, but if anybody, unless I'm doing something like in a live stream and you want to get in touch with me, please don't contact me after midnight Eastern Time. Okay, if you can figure it out, because typically I may be in bed, and if not, my wife is sleeping, and it'll wake her up. She has to get up for work at 3 a.m. So I don't mind the phone calls, messages, any of that kind of stuff, but just try not to call the phone after 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys, if you would. Because I got a couple calls last night and back to back that woke her up, and she was a little upset. So no big deal. I do love and appreciate you guys' phone calls, your comments, your emails, all of that stuff. Just try to keep it, behind that time. That's all I'm saying. No worries, Richard. No worries, buddy. Elbow, welcome. Good to see you. It definitely seemed to, Deborah. Thank you for that. Jeff H, good to see you, buddy. Well, right. That's exactly it right there. Especially as hard as she works, she deserves to get as much sleep as she can. So I try to keep it as quiet as possible when she's sleeping because she has to get up so early to go to work. I hope your tooth is feeling better, Chains. I'm sorry you're still going through that, hon. The antibiotics should be able to help with it. No, bad energy is not good energy, AP. We don't need any of that. All right, all right. Egg cleanse. That's interesting. Never heard of that one. Okay. All right. Moving forward. So I'm not gonna play the entire stream, you guys, because it would take a long time. It was a good stream and it was very long. So I'm gonna get to the point where it started up, and then we're gonna play that, listen to it, and then we're gonna talk about it, guys. And of course, anything else you guys want to talk about. Let me see here. Maybe if I can make this work. Here we go.
People, a lot of creators, they have.
1 second, folks. We're almost there. Yeah, it was pretty late. I don't think I got out of there last night till about 2:30, 2:35 a.m. this morning. All right, we're maybe gone over a little bit. And don't mind me, folks. I noticed I caught myself kind of falling asleep last night. It was very late. Melissa says, can you give us a short synopsis? This is a person that called in claiming to be somebody by the name of Dot, that is a uh, resident of Moscow, that witnessed and heard certain things that went on the night of the uh, Idaho scenario. And we just thought it was very interesting. So, okay, I think we're about here.
Who says Cash App is blocked? They popped up here.
All right, this is about where we're going to start at, guys. I want you guys to listen. I know a lot of you guys are going to be skeptical, of course, as are some of us. This is supposedly, as CJ is stating, a friend of Dylan Mortensen. So quite an interesting scenario. Me and CJ have our own thoughts on this. We've talked about it this morning, so understand, and we will talk about that as well. Crystal, good to see you. Yes, Melissa, right. So you guys make out of it what you can, and I listen to everything that we deal with an open mind. When I listen to everything, I try. You guys know that, okay? Flutterone, good to see you. And that is this person vetted? That's the problem right there. And you'll see why here. So that's what we're going to talk about. And like I said, I understand everybody has their own thoughts, theories, and opinions on this, and that's what today's all about. KC, darling, good to see you. I appreciate you so very much. So, of course, everybody has the thank you, chick, the right to that in here, and that's what it's all about. I don't want you guys to have that, but I need you guys to listen to the whole thing. I need a back rub. So do I. Thank you for joining us today, and see what we can take from it, guys. And then I really am interested in hearing your thoughts. Yes, Melissa, which was kind of odd to me. And there's a little bit of a backstory to this person that I know too. Yeah, you can come up here, buddy, anytime you're ready. If you want to, for sure. Hold on a minute here. I'm not bringing everybody up right now until we get through this, but CJ, I definitely will have come up here with me. There's a link in chat right there, buddy. Everybody else can jump up here after the fact when we get through this part of the video, and state your opinions, thoughts, theories, and all that. There's a link for you, bro, whenever you want to jump up here if you're not too busy with your stuff right now. So come on down. And yeah, like I said, once we get through this and we hear everything, then of course you guys will all jump up here as you want to. I'm sure there's a few that will. All right, here we go. There you go, bro. Good morning, good afternoon. How are you, my friend?
Little sleep.
Yeah, believe me, I know.
Long day, but it's
Yeah,
all good. What's up, buddy?
I was there. I was there.
Yeah, that was late.
And I forgot that I had that hearing this morning, so
Oh, yeah.
wasn't even thinking about it. So I think I got 3 hours of sleep. It is what it is.
Yeah. This person was in my chat as Cash App Con or something.
Right.
Something like that.
Explain
and
that.
then,
Right.
And then they hopped in. Sorry about the background. And then they hopped in as Dot Rumble. So for, I don't know, maybe the first 45 or an hour or something, this person kept wanting to join chat on panel. I kept putting out the link, claimed they didn't understand how to use StreamYard, but knew how to work a voice changer. So right there, I was already sus from that point on. So when they hopped in the panel, I let them speak as a guest. And the stuff that I was hearing, I'm just kind of chilling back for a bit, asking a few questions, letting my guests ask the questions and stuff like that, just to make everybody included. And as I'm starting to hear some of the answers to these questions that are being asked to this person, the shit was like, what? This just don't make any sense. Yeah, you could tell last night, like probably from my body actions and my tone, I was sus from the get go.
Yeah.
But it's
I think we both were, and that's why I started asking certain questions the way I was. You know what I mean?
I'm just like, I don't know. It just don't make no damn sense, man.
Yes. Melissa says that Cash App Cons created October 10th of 2022. So
Yeah, I already had a feeling before they even hopped in my panel of who it might be.
mhm.
And as I'm listening to the voice with the voice changer, I'm kind of picking up on little key points of the voice.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's when I'm like, yeah, that's what this person sounds like. But you know,
In fact, I messaged him and we talked about it kind of quietly too. But
yeah, yeah,
I'm just a little. Like I said, I'm not going to say anything about that. We'll let you
right.
figure that out on your own.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a crazy story.
And thank you once again for having this DJ at DJ CJ and being here to help us do this today. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I got to wait for my parts to come till tomorrow, so it's kind of cool how it worked out.
Yeah, right. I'm always happy to have you here. You guys were
Appreciate
great
you.
last night, Dago, CJ, very patient, definitely handled it professional. We tried. That's
Thank you.
that's a fact. You'll see that. But
Thank you. I appreciate that.
right, Newman 25. Hey, good to see you. All right, guys. So um right, Melissa. That can be said for sure. We'll get the ball rolling here.
Or I was thinking, or trying to discredit somebody too at the same time.
Yep, we
That
could
it
go that
was either way
too.
for me. I was like, it's either that or somebody trying to discredit content creators too. So
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why we kind of handled it with kid gloves in a sense and made sure that
this
something
shit's
was
crazy. This shit's
safe.
crazy.
Yeah, it's insane.
Shit's
Um,
crazy.
Ashley Barrows, thank you for joining us. She was talking with Brad for a long time, but had to stop backing her because she wouldn't. Yeah, right. That's exactly the point. And this is what we're showing this. I'm showing this to show you guys the things that are going on. Okay. And the things that it's insane how these things are happening.
Yeah.
Local last, thanks for joining us again. So without further ado,
Yeah.
ado.
Get your popcorn.
Yes. Grab a big bucket of it too, because
It's fucking crazy.
here we go.
On panel.
Well, I just wanted to say first off, like, I'm not a troll.
I didn't say you were, but there was actions like it was trolls.
No, I understand. I understand there was, but like, I really genuinely have had the experiences that I've had, and it's really hard for me to talk about it, and
Totally understand.
especially when like people don't believe me, like it really upsets me, like it really hurts me because
Well, can I give you some advice? What other people?
Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. This person stated that they were using a voice changer as well, so that you understand that too.
And I swear a lot.
Delete shouldn't make you shit.
no, I understand that, but like when I hear these things in on TikTok or on YouTube or wherever, when I hear these things and like I have firsthand knowledge, like it hurts so bad because I'm like, I really have knowledge of this stuff, and people
And
think
that,
I'm a troll and won't believe me, you know?
well, listen, hon, you got to understand what we've gone through for the past 9
A
months.
lot of people
Yeah.
say that.
A
Yeah.
lot
I
of people.
understand.
Not,
I
I'm
understand.
not saying that you're not. Okay, please don't get that wrong. Neither one of us are. None of us are saying that you're lying or that you're a troll or
No.
any of that. But there have
Especially if
been
you've been at our shows.
hundreds,
You know
literally
where we're coming
hundreds. Yes, and I've had over 1,200 emails within a week. Okay, so you got to understand we have to vet things as much as we can. You know what I mean?
100. Mhm.
So
Yeah.
We get a lot of stuff of people telling us that they were here or there. Not to say that it's not true, because we're not here to decide who's
right,
honest or lying, because we'll never frickin' know.
Right.
All we can do is everything is a possibility until it's proven either way.
Right.
And it goes that all of our communities are the same that exist in this show. Is that
I'm
we're all about, you know what I'm saying? We even had a conversation about Kim a little bit ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
And
it's
I'm
just
sure you've seen
when
my show too. We're the same way, you know.
Right. Yeah. I'm not saying that like anything that I know is something that could be critical to what's happening. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like I was good friends with Dylan, and I was at an
that
apartment party that night very close by, you know, and there's things that I heard and observed, and um
she just
I
said
went to
what she
sleep
has isn't
and
critical.
tried to tell them that, me and several other people, and they weren't very interested, you know. And I'm just trying to tell my part because it's really traumatizing to experience what I experienced with what happened, you know, and everything that I know. It's very hard to feel that every day.
Sure, absolutely. What if I can
Anything.
ask? Yeah, right. If I can ask, what agencies did you go to?
I just went to local law enforcement. Like I didn't go like I didn't push anything really because once I went to them, they kind of made it seem like they kind of knew they had figured
They
out
weren't
what
interested.
they were doing. Yeah, they made
Yeah,
it
they
kind
had
of
their
seem
narrative.
yeah, they
Yeah.
were they were not listening at all, but they were kind of reluctant to like really be interested in it. So I felt like, okay, well, I feel like an idiot. I'm coming with this, and like what I have to say is not important. So I never pursued it after that, and neither did anybody that I knew. You know, that my friends were at the party. We never like try to pursue it, but it's like I hear and see all these things, and
Well,
it's
Well,
really
I mean,
hard.
doesn't her mom work for the
that's every
university?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Do you feel like this is
Doesn't her mom work for the university?
what?
Willie, I will, bro. You'll come up here as soon as we get through this. I'll be bringing all you guys up to say your piece on this. I promise. As of right now, I'm just gonna sit with me and CJ for now, and we'll get through it here real quick, and then everybody has their time. I promise.
And you can just tell the BS from the beginning
James' mom.
because right before she started even saying anything, she said that she didn't think what she had was critical. That's a joke right there.
And when you hear this, you'll see why we're both kind of you'll see. I don't want to ruin the show for you guys, but make sure you got a. Oh, absolutely, Willie. Either way, bro. You know that you always have a spot up here, bro. I don't feel there was a voice changer used myself. I really don't. That's my opinion, though.
We talked about this morning about certain features. I'll say about the voice. Yeah, yeah yeah it was yeah.
That's right. That's exactly it right there, Crime Sleuthin. Where'd it go? Lord, you chat jumped real quick here. Hold on a minute. Get your
It's
backhoes
crazy.
out.
Just wait till you hear this story if you haven't heard it yet. It's crazy. It's freaking nuts.
That yeah.
And then to not even yeah. Oh, my bad, dude.
You'll see what yeah. Alrighty.
She works for the university, right?
Oh,
Dylan?
me?
Oh,
Dylan's
DM's mom. She works for the university.
I can't. I won't say anything like personal stuff like that. I won't do that for
I mean,
Dylan.
that's
That'd be
already
public
already that she does. You know?
Right, right.
If
But
she
I
works
can
for the
say that,
university, it'd be public
yeah,
record.
what I have told a few people, like literally two people, I've told this story before a couple weeks ago. And it was that when I woke up in the morning, I woke up around maybe about 8:15, the latest maybe 8:30, and I smoke cigarettes, so I went outside to the balcony to smoke a cigarette because we don't smoke in the apartment, and I seen 5 people outside in the backyard area, of the
Okay.
house.
Can you describe? Okay, I've heard that part of that story.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes.
And I know you're not going to say if you know who they are or any of that, but can you describe what male, female, black, white, Asian, any of that kind of thing?
Yeah. So there was there was 3 males and 2 females. One of the males was like very pale and had light colored hair. There was a black male. There was another guy that I had never really even seen before, that was kind of just like had his hoodie up. I believe I seen Dylan out
What
there.
color was the hoodie?
What color was the hoodie? Yeah.
I want
Is
to
he
say
older?
like navy blue, like
Oh.
maybe like
dark-
probably a dark blue. And he
Navy
just had his hoodie up,
Was he
and
older?
because they were all smoking
you-
weed.
Well, I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
You say navy blue. Was there some kind of lighting that would give you the impression of navy blue and not black? Considering it was that night.
I don't think
So
necessarily.
it was
like,
8:30 in the morning, bro. 8:30
Oh,
in the morning.
morning? Okay.
yeah, like it was just kind of like when I glanced at it, it just looked like that navy blue color. Maybe it
Okay.
could have been black,
Was it?
but
Okay.
there was also somebody that I believe was Dylan, because
Was he older?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You keep getting muffly, buddy.
Yeah, you
I think
sound
your
like-
mic's
Oh,
too
can you
close.
hear me now?
No, you're
No,
fine.
you're fine. It's Rolo. It's muffly.
I'm
I don't
sorry.
know
I'm
if
sorry.
maybe
Hold on 1 second, folks. I gotta slow chat down. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second here. My apologies. I'll bring this right back to you guys. Hold on. I didn't even think about it. I should have done it right from the beginning, thinking it might have drawn a lot.
I think they're taking bits and pieces from everybody's stuff
That's what
and
it
then
kind of sounded like to me.
embellishing and then inserting themselves, saying they were a friend of DM and personal conversations about the PCA statement. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right. Let me make sure when I start this again, make sure you guys can hear it. Okay. Let me know. All right.
You just gotta listen to the whole thing.
Yes.
The
The
mic
mic
is
is
up
up
against your
to-
cheek or something.
All right. What were you saying, Dot?
I was saying like I know Dylan. And
Oh, I asked if he
Dylan's-
was older. The guy with the
Oh, he's asking if the guy looked like he was older, maybe older than
Which
most.
guy? Which guy?
The one with the hoodie, I'm guessing.
I couldn't tell. I really, I
How
barely
many
could.
feet approximately do you think you were away from the group?
I want to say probably less than 35 feet.
Less than 35. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty close, actually. 35 feet. That's pretty
The
close.
apartments that I was at, there was a balcony, and if you go to the right of the balcony, the
Mhm.
house is literally like next to my shoulder on the right hand side. So it's like
Oh, there's the apartment.
Oh, that house. Straight
it's
back.
literally there, and we had a lot of people
Oh, I gotcha.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, we were partying just like an average night. We had a lot of people in the apartment. We partied all the time. There was always ruckus that was going on through the neighborhood. You know, for the most part, I never really seen or heard anything that was really strange up until like about 3 a.m. But in the morning, I remember seeing Dylan, because I know Dylan, she's taller, so I can kind of pick her out. And I know Emma was there, and Emma's friend, and there was a guy that was also like I said, really pale. I wasn't sure who he was, with light colored hair. And there was another guy that had a hoodie on that I couldn't identify. But they were all just literally passing a joint around, because they would wake up and smoke, and they were just all smoking. Like, I would have never guessed anything happened at that house when I woke up that morning, until I found out later. I didn't leave until like 1:30, but I would have never guessed that anything happened, because they were just out smoking like normal, like nothing had happened.
And this was at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, about 8:30. I didn't leave till
When
1:30.
And so, who was the
Yes,
first buddy? She's
Ashlyn,
using a voice.
Emma,
She's
yeah.
using. She's using a voice changer, guy. People in chat, they're saying she sounds older. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you're saying that you saw a pale guy with light colored hair and a blue hoodie, Dylan, Emma, a black guy, and somebody else. You said.
Yeah, well, no, the light color, the guy that had like the really light skin, that was pale. He didn't have the blue hoodie. That was separate. There was the other guy. The
Oh, I'm
guy,
sorry.
there was one guy that I don't know if it was blonde hair, very light colored skin and colored hair, like really pale. And then there was another guy that had like the navy blue, like darker hoodie, and kind of like from the angle that I was at, I couldn't really actually see his face to really
Okay.
know who he was.
Have you watched any of the
Does
grub
that-
truck videos?
Did you see them in the
Right.
grub truck video?
Yeah, I've watched them. I followed like when all this stuff happened and the things transpired the way they did. You know, I followed a lot of the stuff, and it's been crazy. All the speculation, the things that some people say that people that I knew, and it's really hard when you hear and see these things, and these are people that you went to school with or you hung out with, or you know what I mean, you went to a party with. It's hard to see this stuff. It really is.
Well,
What do you?
could you recognize if anybody was at the grub truck?
Yeah.
that-
Oh, you mean like anybody at the grub truck to that morning?
What are you doing
Yeah.
Wednesday morning? Are you
Yeah.
available Wednesday morning?
I already know who
Are
you're
you
talking about. I know.
Dot,
What's that?
would you be available Wednesday morning?
I might be able to have a conversation.
No, not a conversation. I'm gonna be going through probably Wednesday. I'm pretty sure is the day stream that I'm gonna be doing all that grub truck stuff. And if you'd like to be on panel at any point while we're going through that, so then maybe if there's something that sticks out or whatever. 30 feet, that's pretty close.
Maybe you could point somebody out. Maybe
Right.
they look-
Yeah, I mean,
like,
like I
as
said,
we're digging through it.
yeah, like a lot of people will say, well, like, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Like, I was just a party goer. Like, at the end of the day, like, I was just somebody that was at a party, like, getting drunk, having a good time. Like, I was not somebody that was being aware and was, like, looking for anything or anything. Like, I was just a party goer, and it just happened to be at the time that these things happened, and so it's not,
So
nothing was just like I was there and, zeroed in, but I did hear things and I did see things
But
in
the
the
fact
morning.
that there was 5 people in
Well,
the backyard is weird.
yeah. Was the door open up there? Or was
Um,
it closed?
a sliding glass
I
door.
Yeah.
can say the back door. I did not see the back door open when I seen them outside. Like when I seen them outside, they were just congregating. Like they would wake up in the morning. Like we're gonna smoke some. They always did that.
By
A
the
lot of
couch?
people did that
By the couch?
near the
By the
couch.
couch?
Yeah, like the end part of the couch towards
Yeah.
the sliding door, like that end area. They had like a little table, like a kind of like a little table close to the like patio, and everybody would just smoke over there. It was just like a normal morning. There
Well,
wasn't
let me
Well,
ask you something real quick if I can. I'm
you would
sorry.
see the door though.
Yeah, you should be able to see a slider. You said you know Dylan, right? You're friends with Dylan.
yeah, I would say I was friends with her.
Okay, you know who Quinn is, her boyfriend, right?
Yes.
Did you see him there?
No. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Just curious. So that's what. And you did say that there was Dylan, you thought, Emma, and one of their friends.
Yeah, I always knew I would kind of know Emma because of the fact that who she always hanged out with.
Yeah.
He was a black guy, and like they always were together wherever they went. So, you know, if
Who was
you see
the other
if you
friend? Do
see
you know who she
D,
was?
you mean Emma's friend?
Yeah.
D. We call him D.
No. You said him and then
So
her
you know
friend.
him personally?
I don't know D personally. I've
So why
talked
do
to
you?
Emma maybe a few times in passing. Like I was never like friends with her. I maybe had a like in
Well, no, I'm
passing.
just asking because you said we call him D, so it made it sound like you and a group of people refer to him as D. When
Well,
you're
yeah,
just-
we do. We do.
1 second, folks. I, I don't understand why.
Oh, this is great.
Somebody said Rory's in here and I can't see him. That makes no sense to me. Why is that? I can't see anything. I don't see him. No comments. No nothing.
Yeah,
That's
and
weird.
we
Right.
were already
You'll see,
discussing
guys. Don't worry.
in the voice.
We were kind of playing off
There's
each
a
other
boy
with
we
this
just-
too. You can't tell.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we're.
yeah.
It may sound like we're sucked in, but you'll see.
No, well, like I said, we were kind of playing off each other. Thank you, Heather. And I don't know what's going on, why I can't see him, but okay. Wow, welcome, Rory. I didn't see you, bud, but I don't know what's going on with that. That's weird.
What's up, man?
All right, moving forward.
You try. Oh, you knew it?
Yeah, we did because the group of people that I associated with, we kind of did some nefarious things. We were that's how we grew to know him, because we, you know, we would buy things from him, so to speak. So that's kind of like how we ended up knowing him and got acclimated with him.
So you're
About the
familiar
golden
with his
cars.
physique, then you would know what he looks like when he's standing outside of somebody's property, right?
Yeah.
So are you stating that was D?
How
There,
tall
that-
would you say he was?
Is that what you're stating?
Yes.
Because you were
Yeah.
30 feet away.
Yeah.
You know his stature.
Yes.
You know him. So you're saying that was him at the scene of the crime before Ellie showed up.
Yeah, I
'Cause
mean,
that's
I don't
pretty
know
much-
I don't even know if they knew anything about what was in the house. I don't know if they went inside. Like, I never seen anybody.
It don't
like-
matter though. You're at
Yeah.
the scene of the crime.
Yeah, I
what I'm
don't
saying?
know.
If
I
you're
just know they
talking
were
8:30,
Yeah.
Well,
4
let
hours.
me ask,
That's
yeah, right. Let me
a
ask
long
you,
time. You not know. You
were
know,
you
if
there all
Yeah, but
night?
if they're standing
Partying?
outside with DM,
Yeah,
Right,
what
were
I'm
you
saying,
there?
4 hours later, if I don't think anybody can sleep or even stay inside that property with the toxic chemicals floating in the freaking air,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to see people standing outside and not know something fucking fishy happened, because especially if the screen door's open, because you're going to smell it before you even get to the screen door. You're going to smell it before you get to the couch.
Right.
Well, from that distance, maybe not, but closer up, yeah, for sure.
Well, like when I went out on the balcony and I smoked, like
I've smelled it from 5 times the distance, man.
It was really normal. It was pretty cold that morning. It was really normal, like, to just go out on the balcony and smoke. And you know, a lot of the times people would wake up and they would go outside and sit on the couches and smoke and stuff like that. And
now I see you,
it
bud.
wasn't like abnormal. So like there was nothing that really told me, like, in that morning, like nothing that really stood out that I'd be like, oh, there's something wrong. You know what I mean?
Okay. Did you see any specific vehicles in the air, like around the house in the parking lot that morning?
No, nothing that was out of, like, everything was kind of pretty normal from what I normally seen. Like there was a lot of vehicles that would come and go, but they were all for a lot of the parties. Like there's the Linda Lane footage where you can hear somebody talking about Charlie, and that was like the neighbors, the party I was at, like the neighbors.
What'd you say, bud?
Roy was asking if he could use it for a voice comparison. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and use it.
Yeah,
I was
definitely.
sus from the get go. As soon as I heard a certain
That's
feature
that's
of the
probably
voice,
yeah. I agree.
as
And
soon as I heard a certain feature, I'm like, huh. But you got to play shit off when you're
yeah, and
in
then
there.
I sent him a message like directly after that, and it was just like, but I don't know if that's true because there's a few people that are saying opposite that. So we'll have to see.
I don't know.
Um, yeah, I mean, it's
I
definitely
was pretty convinced, and I'm still convinced. But
and you're a couple of you guys are right. I heard as well Candace Wells, and I was like, what the hell? Like it's weird. Definitely has the same type of ring to it.
it's crazy.
So just saying.
If
Anyway,
you want,
it's interesting.
basically, there's a lot of people in chat wondering, like, the short version is this person called in claiming they were a friend of DM, claiming that they saw a group of people hanging out, just chilling, smoking at 8:30 in the morning, directly in between when the crimes took place, supposedly, and when LE or 911 was contacted. 11:58. Then you also have her stating that she has a conversation with DM about her PCA statement and how it's not what she stated,
Right.
basically. But you got to hear it all, though.
Right. I mean that's the whole purpose of it. And I know you guys are gonna have things and want it like seriously. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
but it's
There's a couple of doors
yeah.
down. They were always fighting. So like you can hear that, and I can like verify that that was legit because they were always fighting boyfriend and girlfriend all the time.
Is there a
Okay.
gym?
What's that?
Is there a gym?
Is there what?
A Jim, somebody
Jim.
named Jim.
Oh, I'm not sure. I just know like hearing like the Charlie stuff. Like
Okay. So you were there all night, right? Like partying all night long?
yeah, I got there before 10 o'clock, and I hung out there. We were playing beer pong, we were playing games. We left at like a little after 1:30 to go get more alcohol. And then we came back, and then I was there. I fell asleep maybe around 3:30, and then when I woke up it was like around 8 or 8:30 when I smoked a cigarette and seen my scene. But around 3 o'clock we had heard they were trying to find Murphy. They were trying to find the dog.
So you saw the ambulance show up?
I didn't see the ambulance until I went to leave. When I went to leave, it was about maybe 1:30, and everything was blocked off. I couldn't even get to the right side of the area. I had to walk all the way down the road to get picked up. And that's when I seen that everything was blocked off, and I didn't know what was going on.
So why didn't Ellie take you 1 second, Dago? Why didn't Ellie take your interview serious if you can place D at 8:30 in the morning?
I have no clue.
Because
I
that's
don't
pretty
know.
heavy shit. You know what I mean?
I honestly don't know. Like,
Because for people to be hanging, if the crime took place between 4 and 4:25, LE was 911 wasn't called until 11:58. So you got 5 people. There's witness account of 5 people standing outside, halfway in between when the crimes took place and when the 911 call took place, directly in the middle, pretty much almost. And I don't understand why they wouldn't take you seriously. That doesn't.
yeah, I don't get
That's
it
pretty
either.
heavy shit. You know
You
what I'm
remember who
Yeah, so
saying?
like I had a friend, we were playing a game called Two Truths and a Lie, and we were playing beer pong too as well. And I had a friend that went on Instagram Live. It was like 22 minutes she was on, and like 18 of those minutes we were in the apartment, just like our music was blaring, like all that stuff. There was maybe like about 2 minutes when we were outside and we were recording it, and you know, you can hear something. I don't know if it was something related. You can hear some stuff, but
Who did
I
you
did.
talk to when you went down to Moscow to give your report? Who'd you talk to? Do you remember?
I wasn't anybody specifically. I just went to the front desk.
They
and was
didn't introduce you, or they didn't introduce themselves, or there wasn't no. You went down to there. You didn't call. You went down physically.
Yeah, I went down physically.
So there wasn't a name tag on their desk. There wasn't. You know what I mean?
Like when I went to the front, there, like I just went to the front and there was a clerk sitting there, and I explained like, hey, this is where I was. This is the address. This is what's going on. I explained about what I heard maybe at about 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever, and they said, okay, we will have a detective get in touch with you. They gave me a piece of paper, and it was like a blank piece of paper. I had to fill out my name, what I heard, what I seen. I slipped it under the glass, and they were like, okay, we'll have a detective contact you. Nobody ever contacted me. So I just figured they figured
Okay.
out what was going on, you know?
You didn't try and contact them after
I
they
didn't. No, I didn't.
because
Have you
that's some
tried
pretty
to?
heavy shit. If you
Yeah, I
can
did.
place somebody at the
Yeah.
scene of a crime in between when the crime took place and when 911 was called, especially during an 8-hour gap, that's some heavy shit.
Have
But
you
wait,
tried?
I didn't.
DM was outside.
What's that?
Were you saying DM was outside with them?
Yeah.
Yes, because
Yeah.
I know Dylan.
See that? Like, I
Right.
don't understand how they
That
wouldn't.
part is crazy to me.
And
And you
if
didn't
you
see
did
Bethany
that, why
anywhere
didn't
around
you
there
reach
either?
back out? You know
No,
what I
I
mean?
mean, from what I had heard, Bethany wasn't even there that night. She was at a party. She didn't come home until like maybe past 11. She
That's
was
why I said
partying at
that.
a different place.
Mhm.
I don't even think she was there that night.
I mean,
From
11 the next morning or 11 that night?
yeah, 11 the next morning. So
Okay.
she was gone through the night.
Right
If
before the 911 call.
yeah, I don't know what time. I just know like I woke up when I woke up at around the 8 and I smoked. I went back to bed. I was hungover. I was really tired. So once I finally woke up, you know, and got around to do everything, and everybody was talking about everything, and all the lights were going, like everything was crazy, and so I had to call for a ride because I couldn't even get down into that area, and so my ride had to go all the way down. And when I walked down, there was all the stuff that was happening, and Snapchat was going crazy. It was like, you know,
So
I
what
would have
time
never
were the
guessed.
Snapchats going off in the morning if
I
you
don't
know
know. I don't
Snapchat
know.
was
I
going
when I
crazy?
woke up, I want to say I woke up after 12 o'clock. I don't know what time they started. You know,
Well, but you seen them at 8:30 in the morning.
well, I actually physically seen them at 8:30 in the morning. I don't know what time like the Snapchats or whatever went off.
Because I'd heard that's around when the Snapchat started
So,
to go off.
what are you a
different
student? If I can ask, are you a student out there too, or?
I was a student. I no longer am after everything that happened.
Oh, okay. Freshman, sophomore, junior, senior.
I was going to be being close to a junior. I had enough credits to where I was very close to being a junior.
Okay, cool. Got you.
I got a little bit backtracked because I had a major I was planning on going into, and then I kind of like changed courses, and then everything that had happened, you know, I couldn't do it anymore. You know, there's so many things that are so hard to comprehend, you know, and one of them is like I said, that morning I would have never guessed that there was murders ever. Like it was like a
Well,
normal morning.
what were the Snapchats saying if you read them when you woke up after?
People were saying that like some people saying that there was ODs going on, or like the house overdosed, and that was pretty much what it was for the most part, is that people in the house had overdosed and died.
So let me ask you a question real quick. If you were to guess, okay, based on what you saw the next morning, what you heard being there, what do you think happened that night? That morning, I should say.
Well, at like a little bit after 3 a.m. This was before I went to bed. We were supposed to, in the apartment that I was at the party, we were supposed to go on the balcony to smoke. We were not supposed to like smoke weed or even cigarettes inside. But some people didn't listen to the people that resided at the apartment, so they would smoke inside anyway. So they would crack like 2 of the windows, like on the right hand side of the apartment, and when they did crack the windows to get the breeze and to get the smoke out, like there was a lot of stuff that went on it. Like around a little bit after 3, there were a couple of things that I heard that were really disturbing, but I was drunk and I just said, like, in my head I was like, you know what, it's probably something really stupid and I'm just overanalyzing it, like in my head I didn't think like, oh, there is something of emergency. When I look back at it now, like it it literally tears me up inside, because I'm like, could I have done more? Could I have like, did I just bypass something, And but it was like scream. It was a scream. There was one scream. It literally like it sounded like somebody was being mauled by a bear. Like it was like,
When you heard
When
that,
did you hear that? When did you hear that?
this was a little bit after 3 a.m. There's a lot of times that screams go on at parties, um like really for weird reasons, and so in my head I want to just tell myself, okay, well, this is a little weird, but even if I thought it was, something maybe to think about, I'm at a party with a bunch of people and we were smoking weed and we were drinking, and there were people that were doing illegal drugs, and you know what I mean? Like if I would have called the police, I would have gotten everybody at the party in trouble too. I had like so many things weighing in my head. Like if I had done that, and even if I did, I have to tell an officer like, hey, I'm drunk, but I heard this scream. Like, is he even going to believe me? Like, I was really backed into a corner. So, but now that I think of it, like it bothers me because I remember that scream, and it was not a normal scream. It was a
Right.
more
So do you think the police did their job?
in like in regards to what?
well,
Do you
no, if
think?
they didn't call her back,
Well,
know.
So
I'm
they
just
were
saying,
knocking. They not the first week that everything like transpired. I know because like my friend who lives at the apartments, he said they knocked on a few doors or whatever, but it was not anything where they were like really in depth, like having conversations with people. They weren't like really actually like trying to like, okay, what happened with this? Like they knocked a couple of times, like, hey, did you see mostly they wanted to know if we seen a specific car in the area, but
What?
they didn't care to hear about anything else. It was kind of like, okay, did you see this white car in the area? Like that's really what people said. They weren't really like, hey, did you see it or hear any sounds? Like they really
so
weren't
someone already.
So, do you remember seeing any of these cops that were in these unmarked cars over by the band field across over there?
No, I don't know anything about that. I don't know
Okay.
anything about what happened with that stuff, but I do know
Well,
that like
I just didn't know if maybe you saw the cars and saw them questioning people
what
and
about
stuff.
the car driving up and down all over the place? Did you hear that? When you
no,
woke up at
honestly,
2
I
in the morning
didn't.
when
I
you heard the
didn't. No, I didn't. And like nobody that I knew even seen anything like that. Like we didn't, as far as it goes with like Brian, I can tell you that for myself and on behalf of probably half of the people that partied with me, we never knew him. We've never seen him. We never knew anything about him. And when he got charged and it went on the news and we were watching, we were stunned because we were not expecting. We literally were like, who is this person? Nobody really knew him.
Yeah, yeah. So you said what time did you say you went to sleep that night roughly?
It was
Like
probably
3.
between 3 and 3:30. Maybe a little bit later, but I was in the apartment. The windows were shut. We had the doors locked. And it's like, it's really hard to hear anything after that point. But yeah, we were close to that point. But I remember they were calling for the dog. I don't know if the dog was missing, but I remember
At 3?
there was like, I don't know if it was Ethan, but somebody was whistling. A male was whistling for the dog. They were looking for the dog at like 3 in the morning.
Was that before or after you heard the scream that you said you
It
heard?
was before the screams.
Before. It would have to
Yeah.
be, yeah, before. Um, and so you heard them, a male whistling for Murphy
Yeah, like if you
3
put like
a.m.
2 fingers in your mouth and you like
Yeah.
blow for a whistle.
I
Were they
heard that.
saying Murphy or just whistling?
They were just whistling, but we knew Murphy because when I would party over there, sometimes Murphy would get out and and we kind of knew the dog just as like, a neighbor dog. So when we would hear stuff like that, we just presumed that because nobody else really had a dog over there. So
Right.
we just presumed maybe it couldn't have not been Murphy, but I just assumed that it was because I know when Ethan was over there and like he was able to, he would at night when they would let the dog out, he would call for the dog too. So
Gotcha. So
it
like
was
you,
like the dog was like the dog. Everybody owned the dog in the house. Like you know what I mean? Like everybody treated
yeah,
that
no, I
dog.
get it.
They were
Yeah,
like
that's a
family.
lot. I mean,
Yeah.
a house like
Yeah.
that
It was
makes
one of
sense
them
for
party
real.
dogs. Yeah.
So did you knew Dylan per se? You said like, did she ever talk about her relationship with Kaylee and Maddie and Xana and all them?
Yeah. She said that they all got along really well. There was a couple of times where they kind of they just had like they had their own little personal problems because when you live with people that close together and everybody hears and sees everything and it becomes like a little dramatic because everything, when somebody goes to the bathroom, what their classes are like, you really get to know everything about their life. So when you live with people like that, it's very easy to develop patterns, and I think sometimes they butt heads because
Right.
Dylan would ask, like, hey, you normally come home at this time. Are you okay? And it's like, it's not her business, but she knows how that goes, and then, somebody would feel like, oh, you're infringing on, what I'm doing for the night. So I think, like, other than that, they get along pretty well from what I know.
Yeah. Were you in a sorority too, or no?
No, no.
No. Okay. That's probably smart. I don't know
Yeah,
anybody.
I would never get into that because it was so much drama. I'm so glad I never did.
Right.
How long
Right.
were you
The thing,
friends with DM?
I want to say a little under 2 years.
Yeah. Why do you think there's some people blaming her for these crimes?
Well, Dylan was a very, she was mischievous and she had like a wild side to her, and she made mistakes, but she also had like a serious side that was like committed to her education, but she also had a side where she was kind of reckless.
The dark.
She experimented with drugs like we all did, and she
Well, we
always,
know
yeah,
her background
yeah,
and
she
stuff.
always, she always craved
Yeah.
attention for men that like guys that were bad, like the bad
Yeah.
boys.
Yeah.
She never wanted to be with a guy that wanted to treat her right. She wanted to be with a guy that was like,
Yeah.
a thug.
Bad
You're
boy.
Yeah.
Type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like when she would get involved in that, she had her little sprees and stuff like that. And, I would try to, kind of say like, hey, I know you're trying to get with this guy, but just try to just focus on living your life, and she was very obstinate. She didn't always want to listen, but for the most part, she was a pretty decent friend. You know, she's a pretty decent friend.
So
Why do you think she didn't call
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
right
Why would
away?
she wouldn't call?
Well,
Have you spoken with her
well, what
since?
I can say, I have to be very careful what I say, but what I can say is there was a story that was presented to her that
She's standing outside at 8:30 in the morning,
was
according
that
to you. So why is she standing outside smoking or hanging out with people?
I don't know. I
outside
don't know.
smoking
I
and not
don't know. I
calling
have no idea.
911? That's what my
Well,
question.
what was the story that was presented to her? you were
Right,
saying?
right. I don't know what. Well, she
Well, if you knew her for
one of the things I can say that she said was that all of the rooms, the doors were shut.
Did they all have locks on it?
And they all had locks, keypads, like numbered locks to them. So, with her, she said that by all accounts, she normally that is how she would wake up and see things would be locked
So
doors.
you're saying that she wouldn't. So she would. You're saying that DM wouldn't have noticed, according because if you look at the statement in the PCA, she's stating that she saw some dude clad in black,
Yeah.
you know, and then you're telling me that when those crimes took
And then she
place,
ran downstairs.
4 hours later, and you're outside hanging out with people like shit didn't even happen, and you don't even know that shit happened.
Right.
That's really odd.
She said that she did not state that about.
No, I'm
seeing-
saying if you're hanging. Oh, she's saying she did
Yeah,
not state.
she never
that
made
She
that
is
statement.
saying like what she's saying is like when she went through the run through of the night, like she was told things and like she kind of like, well, maybe that's true. She was drunk and she had smoked weed. And I think she did a little bit of Molly, so she was definitely under the influence. She said that like that morning that she still had the residuals, but when they had talked to her and they kind of were giving her this like kind of thing of like, you know, we know that you've seen this person or there's this and like she kind of honestly just like under pressure went with
Along with her
kind of
story.
thing. Not necessarily like was like, oh yeah, that's 100% true, but like even when she would say no, I didn't see, they'd say like, oh, but did you see a figure? And she said, well, I did see a figure. And they'd say
So
like,
they gave her a scripted statement and she went along with it.
Okay.
Yeah, they
well,
were.
they
They were
just kept
persuading her.
antagonizing
Hold on.
her. Yeah.
Hold on. So you're saying so Dylan told you this?
She said specifically like that they antagonized her, that they had like repeatedly over and over again like pushed something, and she kind of like in her head she said, I almost wanted to believe that maybe what they were saying is true, you know. So she kind
Well,
of
I mean, I'm not saying
But
that it's
They
not
were
Yeah,
because
pushing
we've
her.
all kind of had our. Hold on one
They had
second,
vomit in
everybody.
her.
Hold on. What I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true, okay? Because we've all kind of felt that way in one way or another. What I'm asking you is you're saying that DM is stating that what she gave in the statement to the PCA isn't 100?
no, it's not. No.
That's
So
what
it was
Yeah,
a
I'm saying
coercion.
that
you're saying
100%.
DM told you that?
That's not like the whole thing about seeing somebody with bushy eyebrows and all black. She said that's never anything that she ever volunteered
Will you
or
do me a
said.
favor? Will you do me a favor? Because
Yeah.
so nobody's contacted you back.
No.
Okay. Will you do me a favor? Will you
Yeah.
contact somebody? And I'm not trying to get your personal information, all right? But you have your personal information. I think you need to contact the authorities and tell them about the PCA statement, and also tell them about people hanging out damn near directly in between from when the crime took place, according to LE, until when LE was 911 call at
I would try
11:50.
the
Well, I
FBI.
can't.
I think you need to
I can say
contact
this.
somebody
I
because
have been in contact with Ann Taylor,
Oh, okay.
her team of people, and I gave her, my friend gave her the Instagram, the 22 minutes of that night, and I've been in contact with her, and everything that I've expressed right now, I've expressed to Ann. We haven't really divulged on like getting deeper and deeper into it, but I've expressed these things to her, and she wants me to
but shouldn't
she
you
wants
call
me to
the
actually
authorities?
physically go there to where I was and to show where I was in that time frame and what angle of things that I've seen, and I've been
Right.
terrified to do so because I'm worried that somebody's going to be filming and they're going to film me and see me. She said we could do it at really late at night.
Yeah, but you can call the LE. You can
Well,
call
Yeah.
them. You don't
what
have
she's
to show
saying
up.
is she doesn't want to
No.
be seen.
If you decide to contact the feds, you got to record the call. Tell them they're being recorded, and ask them to identify who you're speaking to. You know.
I mean, because that's some heavy shit, and
Yeah,
that's some
you can
important shit.
you can wear like a disguise if you're gonna do it like that, a wig and something over your face and glasses so people don't recognize you, hon. That way you can actually do this because this is really important. It really
Yeah.
needs to be.
Or
You know
just
what I'm
show her on Google Maps. Show her on Google Maps the place,
Especially
and
the
they could go and do it
PCA.
themselves.
Especially the
Yeah, and
PCA.
I know people say like, well, why would you give this information? And honestly, I've been comfortable giving the information because there's so much speculation. 90% of the people don't believe me. Anyway,
Right.
even like, and I'm being real when I say this right now, there are so many people that aren't even going to believe me. So that works to my advantage. Even though I've seen what I've seen, there's a lot of people that will discredit me or say, no, you weren't.
Excuse me, don't mean to interrupt. I'm gonna say this once and once only. If you can't come in here like everybody else and be an adult and stop trying to distract people, try to do whatever, you're not going to be here. I'm not a mean person. I don't typically kick people out of here, but I will do exactly what I have to do because there's multiple people in here. Everybody's going to have the right to their opinion, their thought, their theory. Everybody else is being respectful. I would appreciate it if everyone would continue being that way and acting like adults. We're not children in here. That's all I'm going to say, and I'm only saying it once. That's it. Thank you all so very much for being the way you are being.
Be pavement.
Listen,
Yeah, right. No potholes allowed.
together. There's so much more that I do know, and things that have gone on, but it's like telling my side. I get a
Right.
couple of people that believe me, and there's a lot of people that don't, and I
I'm
understand.
not saying I don't believe you,
Yeah.
because everything can exist until I know it's proven 100 either way. But what I'm saying is if you looked out your window at 8:30 in the morning and you saw 5 people, one of them including DM and one of them was D.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was
hanging
on the
out.
I was on the balcony, to be specific. Like
You know what I mean? Like
the part. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Lady Speedwell. I'm misunderstanding. You're being advised to stop. I think you need to consider. Stop what are we talking about here? All I'm doing is asking everyone to respect each other in here, as I always do with everything.
and we're not going to name names. I don't do that. Other
Not at
creators can, but I don't name names. So
I'm not doing that at all. I'm not trying to call anybody out. I'm just asking everybody to be respectful to each other. That's it. Nothing more. You don't even have to
Oh, I
respect.
mean the person that is this
Oh
guy,
yeah,
Rumble.
that's you.
Other
That too.
creators can do that. I'm not into that shit. So
Yeah, I won't try to do that either. That's not my point, my place, or anything. As you'll see, we're trying to talk this person into contacting law enforcement if these things are true. Okay, That's what the
And
problem
they
is.
obviously don't want to, so then it gets to the point where, okay, you're not going
right.
to. I will.
And I tell her at the same time, if you don't trust this or you're not comfortable contacting any form of local law enforcement to that area, contact the Department of Justice. If that's what you have to do, or the State Attorney General's office, something that way to that form. And that's what I state, because it needs to be handled. If this is true, this is what we're telling this person, then you need to do it the right way. And that's end of story. And we both stated, if you're not going to do that, then we'll do it for you because it needs to be done, as you'll see here shortly.
She, they didn't seem too interested.
Right. And I was trying to give her options. If you're worried about this, wear a disguise. If you're worried about that, do this, do that. I mean, we're trying to have this person do the right thing in every aspect. So, that's what it is. It's almost towards the end anyway, folks. So moving forward.
That's important right there because
Hello, like they're standing out there like nothing took place, and this is 4 hours,
Yeah, I was out like
3.5 before
yeah.
LE's contacted, and then also the statement with the PCA. The PCA is what was used to arrest BK.
Right,
The
that's why it's
PCA
so
was used to do all this stuff, and if you're saying that DM told you what she told you about her statement with the PCA, that puts all of this in question. Everything that took place from the arrest all the way up to today.
Yeah.
It's always been a question.
And also the
You know
fact
what I'm
that I
saying?
don't know if people are aware of the fact that
You got to contact somebody.
there were at least 2 of the people they were mutilated. I don't know what I can say. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on a YouTube
Well, if you're
channel.
Once again, guys, everybody has the right to their absolute opinion, theory, and thoughts on this. Nobody has the right to attack anybody for believing this or disbelieving this. That's all I'm asking you to do, is to respect that. Some people will believe this. Some people will not believe this. Some people will be in between. You all have that right. That's what this is all about, folks.
Some
and that's
people
what
like
we have to
blue.
respect. Yes.
People like
I'm
red. It is.
that's it right there. I'm begging you all to respect each other. Period. That's all I'm asking. Each and every
I love
person
Burger King.
has the right to their own opinion. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, but if you're talking to Anne,
But I can say that they were. It was not like somebody had a butcher knife or anything like that. Like the wounds were equivalent to something that was much like huge gaping wounds. Not
maybe like a machete.
Not
No,
a
it's
knife
okay, Lady
going
P.
into I'm talking like if you think about being a hunter and if you think about a deer and all that, if you can go through that process in your head, like it was to that equivalent, if not worse, like gaping wounds. So it's not just like a stabbing situation. It was really like something very sinister.
How do you know that? How do you know that? If I
well, I know from Dylan. I know from Dylan.
Okay, she told you what they looked like. Okay, I got you.
So then
she told me from what Hunter knew. From what Hunter knew. So
have you talked to Hunter? Do you know Hunter Junks?
I haven't talked to him at all. I never really knew him. But she told me from what on that morning, she said that it was
I don't know. Like, you need to contact somebody seriously.
I would
But
try that.
I did. I have reached out to the
Have you
proper
tried the
people.
FBI?
But
How about the
how are
FBI?
how are they not taking you seriously
They're
then?
not.
I
They
mean,
are
this is
not.
some
They're
important
not.
stuff. But
They're
this is
not.
crazy.
When
This is a good way to
yeah.
go. This is a good way to put it out there and go public. You know,
Yeah, and I've talked
So who-
to
we're gonna
them.
stop
I
listening
have.
now.
You
So
said you have talked to the FBI too?
I have talked with anybody and everybody that I can talk to that would hear my story and that could do anything for that. I have spoken, I have shown, that I was at the apartment that night. I have shown documentations that I was a student there. I have given proof, and despite doing that, I still don't feel like they have taken me seriously because nothing has happened from that. I mean, they've listened to me, but nobody has like looked at other evidence or anything. They're just
So
going with this like Brian
who?
situation,
let me ask you
Nobody's.
this. Do you
Hold
think
on
Brian
one
is
second,
involved?
Dago. I gotta address something in chat here real quick. Okay, she called Ann Taylor. How is she going to get hurt by us asking her these questions, or by anybody telling her she needs to contact Ellie with the information that she's talking about? What are you talking about, Mystic?
So they're just haters and disinformants and people trying
How
to
is
say
anybody gonna get hurt?
more people are gonna get hurt if she doesn't come out with it.
I was just asking if you thought Brian was responsible, Dot. That's all.
No,
Okay.
not
They
in
were
any
shocked.
way, shape, or form that I ever think that he was, and I still don't, because I know like I was somebody that did drugs like a lot of my friends did, and there was a lot of things with drugs related in the area, and there was a lot of animosity towards a whole different type of stuff that went on with that. So I personally think, my personal opinion, that it had something to do with Kaylee leaving and them not being happy with her leaving, because she still had to continue what they asked her to do in regards to the drug situation. They were very upset that she was going to leave and move away and not be a part of it anymore. That's kind of where I think some of it transpired. But that's
So
just,
you think she was the target? The initial
I
target?
think they were mad. Yeah, I think they were really mad. They found out she was going to be there that night when she, and they were really mad because she was going to be going away, and she was a part of helping them, and aiding in their efforts. And so she was really moving away was a big thing for them.
So if that makes sense, I guess, if you put it that way. So if she was target per se, why do you think that Maddie, Ethan, and Xana were attacked as well?
I think that I think the individuals that did it, because I think it was definitely more than one person, but I think that they didn't want to make it obvious, and by just one person, it would really make it would really pinpoint. I think that they had to have other collateral people to make it seem like it was not specifically for Kaylee. But there was a lot of stuff that was going on with the frat and Jack, and there was drama.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Lady Speedball, I wasn't calling you out, dear. I just didn't understand what you were talking about. And I didn't see that repelling anybody asking me to end it. I just wanted to get through the end of it. That's all. But no, I have nothing but respect for you. And I don't want anybody else being disrespectful to you as well. If they are, I just didn't know what you were talking about. That's why I asked you that question. That's all. I wasn't trying to call you out or anything like that. You're absolutely fine here. And I appreciate you. So thank you.
There's so many different things it could be a possibility, but none of them that ever came to my mind was Brian, ever, because I never had seen him After all the stuff came out, I remember that Brent Kolpaka and them, I thought that I had remembered seeing them together, but never by the house.
Who together? Brent with who?
So when
Just Brett and Brian together.
Brent and Brian together. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but never by the house. But once they had released that information, I thought, I'm like, oh, that looks familiar.
so
But I
you've
never,
seen Brent and Brian together before?
I thought I did, but I mean, I don't know if it's
Where,
Um,
like,
when
where?
was the last time you contacted Ellie about the stuff that you've been talking about tonight?
probably 4 weeks ago, and
Okay.
they pretty much said that they have
So
all the information that they need.
so
When you
did you
record
talk-
the
you knew
recorder,
this.
by chance?
So you knew this. You knew this when all this shit went down on 11/13 of 22, and you contacted Ellie 4 weeks ago.
No. I contacted them when all this
But-
stuff went down. I contacted them a couple weeks after all of
Okay.
it went down. The first time.
So they didn't contact. Okay, what I'm trying to get to is because you said that they didn't take you seriously, right?
Right.
Okay, so when you first contacted them, that's when they didn't take you seriously, and when you contacted them 4 weeks ago, they didn't take you seriously,
No, when I specifically
right?
talked
Under
with the
right?
individual that said that they were gonna relay it to one of the detectives, they said they said we appreciate leads and stuff, but that they they kind of already had what they needed and they didn't really need any further information.
That's
I asked,
crazy.
Yeah,
That's
their agenda.
crazy.
Did you
And
record any of these calls by any
the-
chance?
hold on one second. I have a couple more questions here because I haven't really been able to ask too many. So BK, so you're saying earlier you said you never even seen BK before
right.
when we were asking you about him
Yeah.
being, and being part of the crime. But now you say that you might have seen him with Brett Kopaka just a
Well,
minute
I
ago.
never had seen him, but once they released like the breaking news, I never even knew who that person was. But once they released the breaking news, and I was able to see his picture on the breaking news, I'm like, oh, that kind of looks similar to somebody that was like in the downtown
No,
area.
yeah, but that's what Dago had asked you a little while ago, was that when BK was arrested, did you guys even know or see him before?
Oh, I must have
And
misheard. I must have
when
misheard.
you first would have seen BK would have been the breaking news that he was arrested. And
Yeah.
so that's when
But I'm not sure if it was him. I
I know,
thought
I know
maybe,
you're
if
not
you know what I
saying
mean.
that, but
Like,
you
yeah.
just made a comment that you said that you thought that you thought that him and BK were standing together, and it struck me and kind of caught me off guard because when Dago had asked you earlier about when BK was arrested, if you guys had seen or heard of him, and you said no, you never seen him before. Well, that would be the same time of period that you noticed when he was arrested for the breaking news. And
Right.
that would be
Right.
the time when you would have thought back that you did see him.
Right. I get what you're saying.
So
Yeah.
that's what,
Yeah.
you know what I
I get
mean?
what you're saying.
And
Yeah.
and with LE, I don't understand it when it comes to the PCA statement of what you're saying that DM told you about her PCA statement, and then the fact that they're standing outside nonchalantly in the middle of when the crimes took place to when LE was called. I'm not saying things don't get covered up. I'm not saying that, shit don't get down, because that's what
Right.
we kind of talk about. But at the same time, you got some heavy shit, and I don't see how people are gonna describe, you know what I mean? Especially LE. I don't, because I'm sorry, That's some pretty heavy shit. You're almost as important a witness as the people that were inside the property when
Yeah.
you saw people standing out there at 8:30 in the morning, and you're telling me that DM stated what she stated about the PCA. You're just as important. So I don't understand why LE's not taking you more serious, and I don't understand why Ann Taylor didn't tell you to be quiet if you're talking to Ann Taylor.
Well, what I can say is because I was intoxicated and all that
So
stuff, they really kind of threw that out when, like, I expressed to them, like, we were all drunk, you know, a lot of us were high, you know, and I was very honest with
it
them.
doesn't
And
matter though. It's a statement. You're telling
yeah,
people that you told me that you saw D, you saw D standing there
yeah,
with that group.
yes,
You told me that you saw DM standing there with that group. I don't see how LE isn't going to take that seriously when DM stated she never came out of her frickin' room until they called the 911 call at 11:58. That's a straight up frickin' lie. And the PCA is supposed to be
Yeah.
100. So I don't understand how nobody's taking that seriously, and I don't understand why Ann Taylor
yeah.
isn't telling you to be quiet. You know what
No,
I mean?
I
Like
understand.
And
I
you were
I'm
understand.
not saying I don't believe you, but I'm
And
saying
it's
this
really hard. It's
it
really
is
hard. Like,
very
especially like reading the comments, like, it's really hard to list, like, to hear people say these, like, say things, and to it's really difficult. It's really difficult to, you know, hear people, you know, just think, you know, that I would make something. I don't want to be involved with any of this. I never wanted to be affiliated with any of this. And, you know, I
but
was the
you are by
first,
joining a panel, you know what I'm saying?
right. But
You are involving yourself when you join the
you're,
panel,
you're she's doing it by
especially with
morality. But
yeah,
I
and listen,
wanted to
I'm
do
not
something
saying what
good.
you're saying
Yeah.
isn't true. I'm not saying that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true because I don't fucking know. I don't know until it's proven. All right. But what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, and you know, I'm not trying. I needed to ask these questions because there was a
Yeah.
lot of stuff being talked about. There's a lot of stuff being asked, and it needs. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to everybody's questions, and I'm sitting here listening to what you're saying, and to me, that's why I had to be like, hold on a second. I need to ask you a few questions, and I need to say this because it's true. Like the stuff you're saying, if it is true, shouldn't be out there. You know what I
can
mean?
I ask?
You shouldn't. Go ahead, man.
You, you said you were intoxicated, right, and all that, but that was at night, right?
Yeah.
So you slept. You woke up. When you woke up and went outside, you sobered up already?
I mean, I was relatively sober. I wasn't complete, like, I wasn't like completely all the way put together,
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. You were
but I
still a little
had,
hungry,
but
but you were
most
still
You
of,
like,
know what?
like, my drinking, yeah.
This right here, that's disrespectful. A Albrico, so you can move the fuck on. Go ahead.
also, I mean, what I'm saying, what I'm trying to get to is like, once you said when you saw them in the morning, you weren't drunk, like tore up anymore, right? You basically knew, like, like
Yeah,
you
I
were,
was pretty, yeah,
yeah,
I would say I was relatively put together to be able to see what I seen.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know
That's why I'm
who's
just trying
eating.
to clear that up.
Yeah.
Whoever's eating candy, somebody keeps typing in chat that you're chewing candy.
Oh, next time when you talk to any Ellie, you should record your calls.
But yeah, like the thing is like a lot of people could give scrutiny. The only reason why I reached out for my story was because I have heard so many different things, and I wanted to be a voice of reason in the sense that I wanted to give somebody a perspective of something that was actually of substance of what was going on and what I knew and what I had to say to help the people that are trying to help this case. I don't want any recognition. I don't want any attention. I don't care after this anybody ever contacts me again, I'm not about any of that. I just, I see people's work and how hard they try to work to solve this. And I'm like, you know what, if I'm able to tell a little bit of what happened, and that maybe could be something that could help anybody else to investigate, then I feel like I kind of made it right, because
Yeah.
I should have maybe called at 3 a.m. when I heard what I heard, but I didn't. So I feel like I'm making it right by doing that. But I don't want any recognition. I don't want any, I don't want any of that.
Look, to tell you the truth, myself, I believe you because I've been having these names or
I'm not saying I don't believe.
account, yeah, the account that I have, it involves three individuals and three males and two females. And when you said that, I was like, and I went back to
Yeah.
my notes that I wrote down, and yeah, I mean, what you
Yeah,
said,
it's crazy. And it's like people
I'm not saying
are,
I don't believe her. I'm
yeah.
saying you need to tell that stuff
Yeah.
to the freaking authorities, man. And if they don't want to contact you, keep calling them. Because I'm sorry, the DM statement in the PCA, if that's what you're saying, she told you, and the fact that they're standing outside when she supposedly was in bed sleeping, when you're stating she was standing out there, I'm not saying I don't believe you.
Oh yeah,
I'm
no,
saying you
right.
need to contact, like, that's some major shit.
Yeah, and I have reached out.
If it's true.
Yeah,
Like, it's
I've
some
reached
major shit.
out, and the biggest thing is that they are adamant. They are like tunnel vision, that
Yeah.
they have everything figured out. Like, when I say, if I could record myself speaking and how adamant they want to, they listen, but they're not, like, when they listen to me, you can hear in their responses they're not listening because they are actually listening. They're just like
Do you know who the
responding
Department
back
of
like,
Justice
oh,
is?
okay.
Do you know who the Department of Justice is?
Do I specifically?
Yeah, have you heard of the Department of Justice?
You
Yeah.
should call them.
That's who you need to call.
Yeah, you should call them. That's
And record your call.
you're
they-
talking. Yeah,
somebody
like,
has to listen to you. Okay, somebody has to listen to you.
Yeah, and I
especially with the
can, and I
PCA,
can. I'm
man.
willing.
You're
I'm
And every
afraid,
time you
though.
speak
I'm
to somebody,
afraid.
every time you speak to somebody, ask each one of them for to identify themselves and their badge number, please. Every person you speak to.
I do when I call the cable company. I'm asking who I'm talking to.
Here's the
Yeah.
thing. Here's the thing. Okay, listen to me, please, please. If you hear nothing else, listen to this. The reason why CJ's so like crazily hammering this PCA, that's a federal document that was put out there to arrest somebody that is
Yes.
possibly facing the death penalty. Okay,
Yes.
if it's a lie, if there's one bit of a lie in that that's not true, somebody has to hear you. That's why I'm saying, if you don't trust, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for if you don't trust certain LE agencies, whatever you want to call it. Contact the Department of Justice first thing in the morning and tell them what you told us. If you have any kind of physical proof, you have to show that to them too. They will take it and handle it because they have to be trusted. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
They will
no, I
listen
get
to
it. Yeah. I
Because
get
that's those two things. That's some serious shit when you're
I'm
talking.
just scared. I'm
And
honest.
thank you,
I'm
Dago.
really
Like,
I'm really honestly scared. I'm scared.
I
I'm nervous.
understand that,
I
and
heard this.
Hey, if
I'm
you're scared,
I'm
look, if you're
afraid
scared, I'll
people are gonna.
volunteer. If you're scared, I'll volunteer. I'll go and I'll protect you this whole time.
I'm really afraid
As long as
people
you
are
need,
gonna
I'll
come
be on the
after
side of
me,
you.
or like people are gonna
Don't worry.
figure
I'll
me
sleep
out.
on the floor next to you. Don't worry. They'll be scared.
Who do you think did it?
I'll put that on my brother. Rest in peace. I'll do it till the whole thing finishes.
I'm really genuinely, I'm really scared. I'm already scared about speaking, and that I know there's all these sleuths that will find out who I am, and I'm really scared. I'm just an
I'm not
average
interested
person.
in that.
Nobody. I don't. We don't need to know who you
I'm
are.
not interested in that.
Not
That's
at
why I
all.
said I don't need to. I'm not trying to ask you for your personals. I'm trying to ask you to contact Elite. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm
That's
trying
all.
to tell
That's
you to
all we
do.
want you to
Because if
do.
you don't contact them,
Yeah.
if you don't contact them, I'm contacting them. I'm asking
No,
you.
I'm willing to. I will
contact
contact them again.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
has
I will. Yeah,
'Cause
100%.
I'm telling you, the with if she was in bed, you know what I mean? If she was in bed, why in the hell is she outside? If if that was her statement, then why in the hell is she saying that wasn't? You know what I mean? Like that's major shit, and that's why I'm asking you, and I'm emphatic to you about asking you to contact them because if you don't, I will.
Yeah, no, I will,
This is
and
a
I
man
can.
that's
Yeah,
getting a DP case getting thrown at his ass,
Somebody's
and
life.
if
Yeah.
this right,
Look, I put on
I'm
my
just
private
insecure. I'm just
chat. I put my
insecure, and
email
I'm intimidated, and insecure. So I'm like nervous to, if
look
they try.
100. I
on my
get it.
private chat.
Seriously,
Go on the private chat, and there's my email, and contact me.
Okay,
Okay.
now let me ask you real quick. Why did you decide to do this tonight?
right.
Well, um, I've tried to reach out a couple times to a few people, and I did a little bit, but I think what really triggered me to want to reach out is that there's all this stuff that was coming up about the Linda Lane footage and if it was real or not real, and I know I know from what I seen personally that it is real, and there's so much misinformation, and it's scary. It's really scary
That is
because
scary.
Mhm.
With the
it is
stuff you're
very
telling
scary
us.
because what
Dude, the
I
PCA is
seen,
scary.
yeah,
Yeah.
what I've seen, that footage is real. The audio, I can't say everything, because I don't know everything, but I can say from what I've seen, the footage is real, and it's getting to a point where people are lying back and forth. And I thought maybe that I could, by speaking, that I maybe could give some validity to something. And I guess I didn't think that people maybe not believe me, or, you know, I didn't really
You know
think
how
that.
you
You
can
get the
avoid
same
that.
credit as everybody else gets
Yeah,
that
and
hopped
you know
up
how
on
you can put
panel.
that to rest. Honestly, is by contacting Los Angeles, law enforcement of some form, like I just said, and
Yeah.
offer to take a lie detector test. Tell them you'll
Yeah.
take
Got
a
to.
lie detector test. Period.
You got to. This man's on a DP case.
Yeah.
And this information is
And
you know,
Department
if
of
it,
Justice is your best bet, or the state attorney general's office. Either way, that is your best bet right there.
I totally understand you're scared, especially with what you're saying.
I'm
You
scared
know,
for you.
right. You need to contact the proper people, like seriously.
And that we're telling you that not only to do the right thing, but also to protect yourself, because they
Right.
will protect you if you contact the right people. That's why I'm saying tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning, look it up. Department of Justice or the state of Idaho Attorney General's office, anything. And if you're not comfortable with that, call Washington. Call somebody in Washington. Tell somebody. They have to tell someone for you. They can't turn you away. You know what I'm saying? And if you feel like people aren't going to believe you, tell them, hey, I'll take a lie detector test if you need me to. That's all you got to say.
But will they put me all over the news? Like, will they out me?
No. You tell them who you are, what you are, and you explain to them what you're afraid of. They can't.
I
They
just don't
can't
want
put you
them to
No,
put
they're
me.
just gonna.
I don't want them to put me all over the news.
No.
And
If you tell
This
them
is
you don't
the
want to be on,
DOJ. This is not Creme 2.
yeah, DOJ, they're above everybody else. You know what I mean by that, hon?
right, okay.
Yeah, they can't do that kind of thing. It's a confidential situation, and you have to go in there that way too.
I'm
So
just scared. I don't know anything about any of this, and I'm just an average person. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know any. You know what I mean? Like I've never had any experience with any of this. So
do you have like a family attorney to your parents or anything like that you know of?
I don't.
I mean,
I don't know. I think
right
it's
here,
contact.
you see on the phone
My
screen,
family's pretty
there's a chat.
poor. We were pretty poor. When I went away to go to college, I got a lot of financial aid and things because I had a good education. I had good grades to be able to move forward, and I got a lot of loans and stuff like that because I did well, but my family never had any money.
well, that's
You
all
know?
right. That's all right. You don't have
You see
to.
on the screen, you see on the phone screen, there's a chat button. Click on it and you'll see my email right there. Write it down.
Okay, there's a chat. Is it the Rolo
Yeah, that one.
Mota?
Yeah.
Okay, I have it. Thank
All
you.
right. Write down the whole email
Okay, I have it. I
What?
took a screenshot of it.
with the 420, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
All right, I'm gonna get going, guys. I really want to say thank you for allowing me to vocalize things, and I'm
I
sorry
appreciate
in
your
the beginning
comfort.
I may have looked like I troll or something. It's been hard for me. I'm a little shy still. Still trying to learn how to speak up and things like that. But I appreciate everybody who's been kind to me and you allowed me to speak. And I appreciate all of you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful night.
Thank you, and
Likewise.
I appreciate you. Thanks for hopping up, and thanks for your
Absolutely.
comfort.
Thank
And you
you.
know where
Thanks
we're
for
at if you need
sharing.
it. All right. There it is, everybody. And again, I appreciate everyone
Woo.
being as respectful as you can be. We weren't pretending to be nice to whatever was stated in the chat there.
Or believe it.
Right. Okay. It was just the way it had to be handled. Okay. For somebody
'Cause
to
I'm
come
a cer-
on. Go ahead, bud.
Because I'm just about peace, positivity, and progress. And even if it's BS coming in, I'm still about the peace, positivity, and progress.
And you guys already know how I am, so that's what it's all about. Okay. This
doesn't mean I'm not gonna ask questions. Sorry about the background stuff. I'll mute.
No, you're good, bro. There's no noise coming through, so you guys know how I am, regardless of what the situation is. I'm going to treat people the exact same way. Okay. And excuse me, that's what it was all about. Now, we don't know what this is, who this is, or even why this person did this. I mean, we can all make justificational opinions on this as to why. Okay. But it is just one of them things, and that's why I brought this after we did this this happened last night. This is why I'm bringing this out for everybody to see and understand things that are going on with all of this. Okay. And what some people are doing, and some people are not doing, in a sense. But
I've never been contacted after the show. They hopped up on the panel because I didn't answer the phone because I wasn't taking phone calls at the time. Kept claiming they had all this information. Kept asking for a panel invite. It got to a point where I was already accusing them of being a troll because of what was taking place with the panel invite. It was all suspicious. Yeah.
For an hour that she was trying to come into the chat for an hour before that. So
yeah.
And at some point he was
never seen it before.
Was ignoring it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I was ignoring that at a certain point. Yeah, you're right.
To the very end, and then finally it happened. So you guys all deal with trolls. You guys have seen what trolls are in here in multiple channels. There's creators in here that have dealt with trolls. So he handled that the best way he possibly could, in my opinion. So I will check that out, Anna. I promise you. As long as you don't call me doggo anymore, I appreciate that. I'm just kidding with you here. So I guess this is where I will. 1 second here. 1 second. Like I said, as you guys saw, also both of us pushed the narrative through the entire thing of contacting law enforcement. If this person believed that this was true and what they were stating was true, that's the main thing that needed to be done. There's nothing more to as far as that's concerned.
Especially with that information, if it's I don't think it is, but even if it's true,
Yeah.
especially with that information.
Right.
Yeah, I was actually only planning on being live for 3 hours because I had to wake up at 7 this morning to start working on my car, and I think it went till what 2 in the morning or something.
2:30. I left
Yeah,
at 2:30. I had to go to sleep
something
because
like that.
I had a hearing this morning that I had to be somewhat coherent for.
And there was other people in chat that were supporting this dot rumble, stating that they've been in other channels and other panels and all this other stuff as well. So yeah, I definitely find the timing very interesting with a lot of this stuff, whether it's Linda Lane or any of this other stuff. This time, there's a reason for all this stuff.
I do agree. I do agree. True. Sorry, Melissa just stated that as well. It just the timing is big. Okay, so hold on here. I want to make sure I'm doing this right. Did I do that? Did I post it in there? There it is. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is, as I stated, we're having an open discussion about this. I'm gonna put the link in for people to come up here, conversate, and we're not gonna do it because there's a lot of people in here. Just for a few minutes at a time. Uh,
I
in
don't
case
believe them.
questions. I'm struggling with it myself because
From the first second,
I can't
it's
fathom any
don't
law
make no damn
enforcement
sense.
agency that's covering a case such as this turning anybody away. That's the biggest problem I have with this. Okay,
Don't make no damn sense.
I'm working on it, Heather. But yeah, that is the biggest problem, biggest issue I have with this whole thing. Why? I can't imagine any law enforcement agency doing this. And
No.
there's
They
some.
would have stopped her from walking out that frickin' door. If
And
you know what I
as
mean, they would have stopped her right there and said, "Get back
she
in here,
wouldn't
go
have left
sit
without
down,
a yeah, she
tell
would
us
not have left
everything that
without a
you know."
business card or anything, right?
Right, right, and then not call you back for all that time, and then you got to
Yeah.
reach out to them. It don't make no sense.
No, welcome, Crime Sleuthin. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
Hey, what's up?
Wonderful. What's up, Jesse? Good to see you.
Jesse,
Hey,
Hey,
main
cheers.
man from
how you doing,
Thailand.
buddy?
Mm, I'm okay. I had a bit of a rough day. I went to a party last night. Things got a little out of control. I missed all the lives. Had to watch a 7-hour replay this morning.
3 bottles. I could have gave you the timestamp, buddy.
Well, when you go to a party and they're serving wine, you don't get to choose
Right.
the quality of wine you're drinking. And
Yeah.
apparently the quality was pretty low because it didn't agree with me.
What's up, Tommy?
Oh man,
Good to see you, buddy.
I was watching
that sucks, man.
last night, CJ and Dago. I was watching. Remember, I said goodnight.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it must
Yeah.
have happened after that. So I ended up
Yeah.
It
talking
was
on the phone
yeah, it was
for
at
a
the end
long
of the
time.
stream. Right.
Honestly, I was only gonna do 3, and it just I don't know. I'm on
It went on.
vacay. I've
Time
been
can
having
get
a
away
hell of a
from
time.
you.
I'm like,
Yeah.
let's just have fun tonight. You know what I mean? It's hanging out. I'm gonna try and get you guys. To
Did,
see
did
this.
anybody catch Lana's live last night?
No.
Why would
No.
we?
No.
Because it's kind of pertinent to what you were just saying. Of you can't imagine LE turning a blind eye to this stuff, and how incompetent would they be if they did. But listening to her live last night, she goes through the Officer Tolleson and how he dealt with that chiropractor murder, Dr.
yeah.
Drake and Dr. Moore. And
Yes.
she really did a deep dive through the documents and the stories and the holes in the stories. And I mean, it was horrifying. If true,
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
does not.
it exists out there. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying
I
that it
am not
don't.
gonna say a
But
word.
this is some crazy.
Thank you, Annie. I
This is
appreciate it. I
another
do
level.
believe it did.
But these are
Yeah,
the same guys, right? That are doing this investigation. These are the guys in charge of.
She couldn't recall a name, man. That's what I'm saying. I get a name from the cable company. You know,
Mhm.
I get a name from a cable company. Why you're not? And if you don't want to take
this-
down a name or take a business card, which usually they'll give you a business card. Let's be
Oh,
honest.
almost
If you
always.
don't,
Yes.
yeah, if you don't take a business card, then you're not going to remember some part of that name from a name tag or something.
And
it
I can't
just
see anyone
you'd
saying
remember
no.
something.
Thank you. We have enough information. We have enough leads. We
Right.
don't need anything more. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. It just
Right.
doesn't.
Not that it don't exist or does, because we all know the shit does exist, but this is another level. This is like
Yeah.
the time that went by, all of the different factors when you look at it.
Yeah,
And
she did the same thing to me,
even when
Melissa.
you put a couple of them together, it doesn't jive.
She
Right.
certainly didn't sound like a college student either.
No, no, no,
The
no.
lingo, the
Yeah.
voice, the
Listen,
way
guys.
she put her
Scene,
words together.
you guys, like every spring, we have to put out, like everybody who lives here, in the Midwest and South, we literally joke about people who say scene because we know it's not a word, but they say it here. It's not a northern thing at all. So I caught that. And like several other people in chat noticed it too. Here we had to put this notice every spring that says, okay, look, if you're interviewed on the news, it's I saw a tornado, not I seen a tornado. It's like a
Yeah.
joke here. And I noticed that person
Yeah,
said
there's
that
little
as well.
Yeah, there's little, if you listen to it closely and just listen to the phrases, the punctuations, the tones, the features of the voice itself, you'll start to pick up on certain parts.
Yes, and like you guys said, it's the timing. This is obvious timing. Somebody else got debunked, and here comes this one.
And
Did anybody else notice in the beginning she started trying to use the word like a lot, almost sounding like Enon Harsh?
Yeah.
Like putting it on to sound like a college student. Like this was like, like.
Yeah,
but
It was
that
suspicious
just
to me. The first thing she said was that what she felt she had wasn't critical
Yeah.
from the get-go. And then you're going to come out and say some stuff like that?
Exactly, Marcy.
It don't take a rocket science to figure it out that that's critical. But you're going to come out the gate, say what you have is not critical. You never saw BK, but then 30 seconds later, you thought you seen him with BLK. You know what I mean? That's why we said you have to listen to the whole thing because
Yeah. I was analyzing everything said from the very beginning to the end. That's why I was asking specific questions and I was working through each question and this and that with it because that was what it was all about. If somebody, I hear somebody has me on in their background, if you could turn it down just a little bit because I'm getting a reflex from it or reflex. My God.
I think it might be.
It's got to be Melissa, I guess.
I think it's Melissa.
Hey.
You're not dissing CJ. You think it was unfair of me. In what way, Bonnie?
Huh? What happened?
Hey, Melissa.
Hold on a minute. Let me do this. Just for right now until she goes to speak. Okay. You're saying that you're not dissing CJ, but you think it was unfair of me.
We talked about it this morning.
Yeah, this was something we talked about together.
I don't mind if people ask me for my permission. It's when people don't ask me for my permission that I have issues with you using my stuff.
I asked him, or I told him that
Rory asked me.
Yeah, we should review this and review it and have everyone's opinions on this because everyone has been involved in this case from the beginning. Okay.
Well, I want to also compare that voice to a couple others. One I mentioned to Jules, and another is somebody that went by the name Jordan. You guys remember when the white Elantra was found in Oregon?
Yes.
Can somebody find that clip of that live that she was on and talking? Her name was something else, and then suddenly in the middle of all this going live stuff, she changed her name to Jordan. I can't remember what her name was at first, but I remember Jordan. And she sounds a lot like that lady.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have to go digging.
Now, that was no voice filter. I mean, come on. Does anybody really think that was a voice filter?
I personally don't. I don't think so. Personally, no.
No. They were playing with you.
And if you know how to use a voice changer, then how do you not know how to click on a StreamYard link?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like seriously, okay, look, okay, Dot.
Before
if
you
you're
even-
listening and you're scared, but you know so much, you can call a lawyer,
Yes.
and a lawyer in this case would represent you for free to
Yes.
get your truth to who it needs to go to, and they would guide you through every step and
Yes.
protect you. So if you are real, you need to be on the phone with a lawyer. If
Well,
you're
she
not,
already claimed
go
she
away and stop
contacted
going
Ann
on
Taylor.
panels.
And that's what I said last night towards the
She
end.
already
Is I
contacted
asked,
Ann Taylor is what she
right,
said.
right.
Yeah,
Ann
like,
Taylor
come on.
of anybody would take her in the
Nah.
right direction, in my opinion. You know,
Exactly.
If-
Yeah. If she
if.
actually called Ann Taylor's office and said any of that, she wouldn't be on YouTube.
No,
I can't
they
even.
would have
I
told her
can't
to
even
be
imagine
quiet.
the level of crazy in Ann Taylor's inbox
Oh yeah. Oh
on a
yeah.
daily basis.
Well,
You
I
should see
guarantee
ours,
you, Ann
Jesse.
Taylor already knows about last night's live. I guarantee
Well,
you. she
that's what
already
I'm
knows.
saying. I've been on panel like what 3 times, and my inbox is already full of crazy. I'm sure
Uh-huh.
your guys is way worse, and Ann Taylor's is probably a step above that.
1,200
That's what makes it
emails.
so hard to get to the real stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
And that's
having
what this is. That's why we're doing this, because it's that serious. This is not a joke. We've been stressing that for months. This is not a joke. It's not a game. This is 4 people
I-
lost their
I
lives.
like
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's my delay. You go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, it's 4 people lost their lives. 4 families their lives are ruined forever, and now we have somebody that's very possibly headed to death row. This has to be taken seriously, regardless of whatever people believe. It has to be taken seriously, and this is why I saw a situation like this. This is why we're doing this, because it has
And
to
if
be
Dot's
seen.
in the chat, hop up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
I'm open to new evidence, but if
Absolutely.
she brought nothing and zero proof of
Took
anything,
little bits
they
of
had me-
different people's
had me
shit, and
write
then
it.
in, you know,
Yeah. They had me write it on a blank sheet of paper and then slide it under the glass. Girl, please.
hmm
They wouldn't do
Yeah.
that in a quadruple homicide investigation.
standing out smoking halfway in between when the crime supposedly took place and when the 911 call was placed. They're just out there smoking like nothing fucking took place. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
It just I'm not listen. I don't know. I don't talk to Billy at the water cooler, so I can't tell you if it's 100 true or not. But what I can tell you is my freaking opinion. And my opinion is I don't find any of it credible because none of it makes sense to me. You try and match this up with this, and it's like, okay, why didn't this take place? And you try and do this and this. Why didn't this take place? Why wasn't this said? Why wasn't this followed up? Why did this time period go by? You take a look at all those different things in the conversation, and it's hard to drive. So if Dot is in chat and they would like to hop up or even come on my show, let's talk about it, because honestly, it doesn't make sense to me.
I'm not gonna allow anybody to attack you in here, and nobody will do that out of respect. Okay, people have their opinions, and they'll have their opinions. That doesn't mean that they're going to attack you because of it. Okay, and if, like I said, I just hope and pray, if this is, if there's any truth to any of this, that you need to contact law enforcement yesterday.
If she were to come up on panel, right, and I had the opportunity to speak to her, I'd say, all right, girl, I got you. And I would get on my phone. I already have talked to a couple of lawyers right there in Moscow, and I would be able to get them on the phone in 2 seconds and say, this girl needs you. How can I get this, will you help her? And if they say yes, I would make sure to give that phone number to her immediately on the panel. Easy. It's so easy. She doesn't even need to be like going around and telling all this stuff until she gets protection.
If it's true, she needs to be quiet.
Yes.
And that's what
That's
I didn't
part
understand.
of
If there
the
was
case.
if there was contact made with Ann Taylor, that should have closed it right there. That should have ended it and closed it. Okay. And Winter Carnival, what do you mean? But who are you? CJ is a content creator who this person went on his panel last night and said all these things. So if you're trying to be rude, there's a door at the bottom. You can leave there. Okay. I don't put up with that. I'm just saying, especially not to anyone. It doesn't matter who, anyone. So don't do that. That's the one and only warning. Anyway, this is not CJ's fault that this person came into his chat, that came onto his panel. This is not at all. his fault. This is not my fault. This is nobody's fault. This person chose to do this, which is why I asked her last night, why are you choosing to do this right now? Why?
Well, and you guys handled it so well. I mean, and it was super late at night. It's not like you could have called a lawyer or called anybody, you know. There wasn't much you could do but try to hear her out and see what she was going to say. But if she
Right.
were to come up like right now, I'm ready. Let's go. I will help her
that's what needs
myself
done.
get help.
Yes. And like I said, if you're worried about people not believing you, take a lie detector test. If you're worried about going to specific law enforcement, contact the Department of Justice or the State Attorney General's office. There's always places to go above where you're at. There's always an answer to a question like this, okay? You have to be able to trust someone if you're dealing with a situation like this. And we gave options last night, and I just hope that if that's the scenario, that she's taking care of that. That's all I'm saying. There was email sent this morning, I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong, in regards to the scenario, and hopefully it handles the situation. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. But if I start seeing her panel hopping around,
she never reached out to me either on any platform, by the way.
So what would you guys do or say or think if you see her now, this particular Rumble panel hopping, and she still hasn't called and gotten?
This is why the video's still up, Crime Sleuth,
Yes.
because then people can watch this and see before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's why
Melissa,
it's up.
thank you.
That's why it's up still, so people can see what Rumble is saying.
Melissa, oh my word! The other day she had a similar situation, and I don't know how she kept her ish together. I don't know how she did it.
You can't write a script out for this. You can't
No.
pre-plan for this. It just happens, and it's dealt with as it comes. And I agree with that.
It's called
100%.
open panel. Yeah, it's called open panel.
I think CJ handled this 1,000% the best way he could. So.
Well, hello, everybody. I thought I'd put a few words in there. Can you guys hear me?
Welcome. Yes, ma'am. Welcome,
Thank
Golf
you,
Inspector. Good to have you here again.
Thank
you
you.
for the kind words. Appreciate that.
Absolutely.
So I watched it this morning too, the marathon, and
You see what I'm saying? I'll put a timestamp. My bad. I'll put a timestamp in the video as we speak. Okay.
It was okay. Background for my work day. It was okay for me.
It was a long one. I know. I apologize.
But I just want to make everybody aware, and I'm sure a lot of people are familiar that this Dot lady, or if it is a lady, which I believe, woman, was actually on Brett Norton's show. She was paraded around there, and the actual storyline has changed a little bit from what she's seen and what she experienced. And I'm not gonna say what she said before because it's so outrageous. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. But it has changed, and I don't know if anybody recorded the lives she was on with Brat and what she told about her.
From my understanding, there was a lot more added to it. Am I wrong, Golf Inspector?
In last night's show, no, she actually retracted a lot. That was
okay then.
Yeah.
Hey Dago, did you see what's in the back chat? There's a link to one of the lives, and at the end they say that Brat brings up Dot.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they were already saying that this person was in other panels before. There was names that were mentioned of other channels or other names in that chat. So listen, when the person's trying to call a call-in line when it's an open panel, that's sus. When with unknown, then they don't know how to join a StreamYard link.
Thank you, Joe.
They can use the voice changer.
Correct.
And then when you get in and you hop up, you say what you have you don't feel is critical. And then you say some stuff like that. Right there from the very beginning of the conversation, I was already suspicious when you can't join StreamYard.
Yeah. Well, see,
that's why I started saying it was a troll.
Yeah, but she said she talked to Ann Taylor. So she must have at one point thought it was critical, right? So that's some BS right there. And then not only did she talk to Ann Taylor told her to go down to that place and go at dark and disguise
Reenact it.
yourself.
Reenact the
Yeah,
situation.
that was like some bullshit.
Wouldn't
I'm
that make her
sorry.
subject to the gag order as well? If she
Right.
was
That's what we
Because
thought.
it's
Yeah.
part of the crime. It's
Yeah.
part of the timeline. You know what I'm saying? LE didn't state anything about any of that stuff. What they did say, the last thing was that they arrived at a certain time. And that was it. They
Yes.
didn't release anything beyond that. So therefore, what she's claiming is true is part of the gag order. It's part of the timeline. It's part of what took place that morning before the crimes were committed.
And
And
then
like,
when she
like
jumped
Jules,
into when she mentioned the gag order, or not the gag order, I'm sorry, the affidavit and that statement being stated that Dylan said that's not what she said, we both flew out of the coop for that one. If you saw that, like, okay, there's your absolute reason right there to
It
put
just-
this where it needs to be. That's it. So, you know, that's ridiculous to me. I'm sorry, but welcome, Sleuthy. Good to see you. Sorry to go ahead. What you were going to say, Crime Sleuth, and I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
oh no,
sorry.
no problem. Okay, so like Jules just said, you know, the same way that Kim swore that a PI called her, but then she and Melissa were able to, you know, suss out that there were never any signed statements, and then her story changed from text to phone call to now it's Snapchat, so they're gone. They can't be, like, that's why she doesn't have receipts. But she changed her story twice. So now this girl is saying, "Oh, there's no police reports. I haven't been able to talk to anybody." No.
I gotta say, yesterday was a banner day for WSU, Kim. She was the star of the show on Jewels of All Trades, and also True Crime Design did a show where she was the star of the show. So if you don't want to give her a platform and you think she's chasing clout, perhaps counterproductive, because I think yesterday she got a lot of attention in the videos.
Well, no,
noticed.
I think that's very important for people to do videos like that on somebody who has, you know, been found out, because so many people just fell right into her little trap and still believe her and support her. I've seen her just in the last day or so on another panel getting all kinds of love and support, but there's nothing that she says that has one receipt, not one.
I came on here and
Oh,
supported her the
changed
other day, and
Yeah.
I guess I'm not familiar
Agree
with
with
all the
them.
claims she's made. So, you know, I probably should not speak on what I don't know about. But yeah, I think yesterday was a banner day for her getting all that attention, and if that's what we dislike about her, man, she did well yesterday.
Well, I think that I don't think that's the kind of attention that one should want. But I don't think any kind of attention, good or bad, really matters to her. It's still
No, I
attention.
mean, I think if you think the worst of people, though, all these people that are coming in and giving these bullshit stories, that's exactly what they want, right? It's just clout, attention. They don't
Taking
care.
away
It's
from what you
hit
need to be
pieces.
focused
Yeah.
on. It's
Just
the confetti.
having their name
That's what
mentioned is a big win for them.
it's
Going
confetti.
back to Dot, because I think Kim can defend herself if needed be. So going back to Dot, I think everybody's heard these stories she already told before. And you played, Dago, I believe, that video of the guy who claimed to be his girlfriend was Dylan's best friend. The guy that sounded like a 50-year-old.
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
I did
so
know that, right.
everything she said reminded me of that guy. So
Mhm.
in that
Oh.
vein.
Yeah, I do. I did.
Wow.
Well, I think CJ and I both agreed on last night that there were pieces of multiple stories that were kind of put together in there. You know, I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm saying that I could pull different stories from different people out of what was said last night. I really
Right.
could.
Right.
Yeah.
With no fail, I could go pick them all out and say, "Here's this one, here's that one, here's this one, and here's that one." Do you know what I mean? So
It's not
it was
bashing
there.
anybody, Dinky.
No,
And
not at
and
all.
I think we already heard, or has there not been rumored that, those people she mentioned was there and they were in the backyard or in the front yard or what have you?
I
So
ain't
think
never heard that. I ain't never heard either
in
thing.
some
You know what I mean?
kind of, yeah. I think
I
I've
never-
heard it before. Like, it's not
I'm not.
something we haven't. and then this girl comes in and just sort of she parades around.
Replenishes it. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And here we are talking about it and some people still believe it, which is sort of dangerous because of what she's putting out there. The claims she's putting out there, these people that are associated with the claim, I think is a little bit, uncalled for, but that's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Sunlight is the
Right.
best
That's absolutely.
disinfectant. I mean, I'm trying to address the chat because there's a lot of people criticizing you guys for platforming people like Dot or Kim because they might not be telling the truth. But sunlight is the best disinfectant, right? You let it
Who knows
air it
what's
out.
going to come out of their mouth, though? I mean, it's like,
and that's the thing.
We're not
That's
at the water cooler.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's
None
what
of us are. Even the
What do
people
you
saying
think
that in
YouTube
chat.
is?
You guys ain't at the water cooler either.
YouTube is a huge platform for people to do just that. That does not mean we're all adults here. You have the ability to differentiate what you believe in your own mind as true or false. That's your place to decide what you think. Okay?
My God.
All this does is show you, as we've talked about, we give everything that we can. Crime Sleuthin, Jules, me, CJ, Truth and Transparency, the Drunk Turkey, they give what they give. We give what we give from what we know about this case. Okay. I do agree. We all try to keep everything factual. Neither one of us knew what that woman was going to say last night. Okay. But she said that she had something to say. And then there it was. So it's not about giving a platform to somebody that's not telling the truth. We don't know in the beginning when we pulled this, it wasn't pre-planned. That's the thing. As you all heard, she tried for an hour to get into the chat to come up on the panel, or from the chat, I'm sorry, to get on the panel, and it didn't happen. Finally, it happened. And then
I was already calling a troll before it was even
Yeah.
there. I
And
had
so-
a conversation about the whole troll topic before she even started talking.
And
Right.
like I've said, before, all these different channels have different voices and perspectives, and perspective is reality. So we have to understand that is, each person's different perspective. Everybody has a very unique perspective on things. I think some people have taken it too far from perspective into conspiracy theories and things that have hurt families. You know how I feel, Dago, because I have
I agree
actually
with that.
talked.
I agree that certain conspiracy theories are very hurtful to the
Yes,
family.
and
Sad.
so
Now,
it is our duty, if they are our friends, our fellow creators, to call them out, even if privately at first. Say, hey, that was too far. Can you need to fix that.
Yes.
I do that, and that's
I'll be
just
honest
what we're
with you.
supposed to do.
If
that.
anybody believes what this person said, I feel sorry for you. I really do.
I'll be honest with you.
Well said, CJ.
Like
Yeah.
the true crime
it like
community is not for you if you believe.
I'll say it like this too. We're talking about conspiracy theories.
Like seriously,
people coming out and saying this and that. How many people watch the news? We all know what the news gives us.
Exactly.
How much truth comes from the news, folks? These are platforms we've watched from being knee high to whatever it is.
And it's got like a stamp of credibility, so everybody takes it as
Exactly.
gospel and repeats it and runs with
you know
it.
what I mean?
And when they're
Exactly.
watching your show, no offense, but nobody thinks that True Crime with Dago is it's a discussion. It's not to be taken as the holy gospel truth, right?
Right. You make your
It's
own.
to be taken. It's intended to be taken with a grain of salt. Am I wrong?
Yes, take what you like and leave the rest.
And the other thing is, people keep on accusing you and CJ of having a narrative. Well, if there's a narrative that you guys are pushing, I'm not aware of it, because it seems to me that your opinions are malleable and they will shift as you get more information, and you haven't made up your mind on anything. You're just open to credible information, and your mind probably changes on a daily basis. So what narrative they think you're pushing? I'm not aware. I haven't seen it myself.
No, there's no narrative. This is what it is. If somebody that really does have credible information that is scared, and they're gonna say, "Wow, even though I don't believe this, because I'm gonna say it again. If you believe what she said, we need help. But They can sit there and go to the show and be like, you know what? I can be comfortable to come up on this show because if this person can sit there and allow some stupid shit that who in the hell's going to believe it to say it, then I can put trust in that person that I can be comfortable to really truly come on and say some information that could help with a case that somebody is scared to go up on some other platform. That's the point. And this isn't glorifying anybody's freaking conversation as fact. In fact, this is putting it out there that this person is saying this shit. That's how I'm looking at it. And when it comes to my personal business of what I did with the email, that's my personal business. So nobody needs to be typing caps.
And
It's
on top of that, real
ridiculous.
quick, I do want to say something. Joe, I checked. You were not timed out. Please be respectful to the mods because they do exactly what they're supposed to do. I checked personally myself here a few seconds ago. There were no timeouts happened.
No, y'all need to
My chat has
seriously.
been slowed down, so that could have been what happened, but it was not a timeout. Nobody's been dropped, timed out, banned, anything. So please relax, okay?
Yeah, if
No,
you're
it's
currently
just
typing a
MSM
comment
trolls.
when something's changed in the settings, it'll kick your comment and you have to start over. So that's
Yeah,
probably what
it
happened.
does happen that way because of the chat. I had to slow the chat down. There's 804 people in here, and for everybody to be able to, it scrolls. I mean, there's multiple creators in here that will explain the same thing to you. So but yeah, and thank you, absolutely, Joe. No problem, and no problem either to you, Chains and Molly. Thank you all for doing what you're doing. Mods are doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. It's a great job, so thank you. Um, uh, anyway, were you still speaking, Inspector?
Yeah, I have to get back to work. So just the last point to what
Okay.
CJ said.
Yes, ma'am.
I am happy you guys had this lady on your show, CJ, because this has been going around for some time. And at least it came out, what is she really talking about? And I think people who pay attention have seen the story change. So I for one am happy that we can discuss this, like what it is,
Yeah,
the bullshit it is. So
right.
I
Yeah,
think
bullshit.
these things need to be debunked, and so there you go. It's
Again,
being debunked.
I agree.
And we
Thank
pointed
you.
out all the reasons why you shouldn't even believe it. So if you still believe it after that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, Angela says, Dago, please tell the people. Okay, there was a person came on to chat came into the channel last night when CJ Evil CJ channels live. Sorry guys, I don't know what the hell's wrong with me. I think I just had a stroke. Hold on.
No, we were
Okay.
up late, man. We were
Anyway,
up
it
late.
was we were on CJ's channel last night. Somebody came in, demanded to come up, tried to come up for an hour. They wanted to speak about something. The name was what the hell was the name again, CJ?
Dot Rumble.
In the chat, it was Cash App Con, and then
And then
when they
Dot
came up on
Rumble, yeah.
panel, it
That's
was Dot.
Cash App Con. I know
Yes,
that name
yes.
from chat.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I said. It was
So
Cash App Con,
they came up
Wow.
on his panel. We were all sitting up there. Me, CJ, Unravel, Rolamato, and Dot Rumble starts talking about a scenario that went on with her specifically the night of the situation in Idaho. CJ has the video live on his channel. If you'd like to go over check it out, please do. I'm sure he doesn't mind. And it's an entire thing that we just watched, and we're having an open discussion in regards to it, and that's what it's all about. So thank you for jumping in. For those of you that are newer, that's what we're doing. Also, Anna Flavia Constantino had sent me an email about something she wanted us to look into. It's about a female informant discovered in Moscow. Real story revealed. Is that the right scenario, Anna? Good to see you, Tommy. Thank you for joining us.
I'm gonna jump off. Thank you, everybody, and have
Thank
a
you, Golf.
good
I
day.
appreciate you.
All right, bye.
Absolutely. Matt Amlo, please be respectful of anyone in chat, let alone another creator. I appreciate that very much. So I don't want to have to ask this again. I want the drama to stop, or I'll just end the live stream and we'll be done. And I don't want that to happen. So please, let's not do that.
Everybody take a big deep breath.
There does not mean to be drama. We're adults. Let's move forward, please. Is that the correct Email Anna.
I get it, man. We were the other night in Melissa's live. Everybody, all of us in chat, were chomping at the bit to, say
All right,
something or do something.
We'll look at this and then we'll continue to talk about anybody's opinions or thoughts on this other scenario as well as this too. Again, it's an open discussion, so hang on to your shoes, folks. Let's check this out. 1 second. Oh, wait a minute. All right, let me know if you can hear it okay, please. If it works. Wait a minute. I don't know if it's going to let me do it on it. Hold on a minute. Let me try something here. I'm going to have to do it this way. Yeah, I do. Hold on a second. How many of these do I have? Hold on, folks. All right, hold on. Sorry for the delay. My apologies. All right, this should work now. Is it going to work? What the hell is going on with this? 1 second. It's not working, Anna. The link won't work. It won't play it, I should say. I even downloaded it and everything. It just won't do it. I don't know why. I cannot. You're waiting. Oh, well, you can come up here. There's there's room up here. You can come up here, dear, if you'd like to. The link is pinned in the chat. Come on up. Plenty of room, and everybody will let you speak as you need to. Again, guys, thank you for joining me up here today, and I respect and appreciate all your opinions and thoughts on this, very much so.
Are you having trouble sharing the video or the audio?
It's both. It won't work. I clicked on it. I even downloaded it, 2 different versions of it, and it's not doing anything. 1 second here. Let me try it again. Hold on. Yeah, you can come up on the panel now, and the link is in the top of the chat here. You just click it, should bring you right back here. There she is. All right. Welcome, dear. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys?
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us today.
Amazing. Sorry for not replying to you, but because the chat is like 30 seconds in delay, I can't be replying to what you're asking me anyways.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
Just try to copy and paste the URL.
If you want to put the link in the private chat, yeah, that'll definitely help. Probably make it easier to play it anyway.
Hi, Anna. Is it Anna or Anna?
Anna.
I can't hear her for some
Hi,
reason.
nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to find in here because I sent to you anyways. And I sent to
Tuesday's Child wants to know what brand of wine you're indulging in today, Jesse.
Some Chilean red.
sorry.
Bodegas. Not nothing fancy.
StreamYard here. Just have a look and see if you can click on that link, please.
There we go. I hear her now.
I don't care for red wine myself. For me, it has to be white wine, like Pinot Grigio, if I'm having wine. Which sucks because red wine is so beautiful to look at. It's just so strong.
It goes well with certain foods. So
Yes,
wine dinner is a big thing every night over here.
Yes, it's really good with steak.
I like to have some steak.
Sorry, just so you know, it's a 10 minutes video, so it's up to you if you want to play it or not. But it's basically a comment that was left apparently, I don't know, I can't confirm, but it's apparently on Harsh's one of his videos, and it's a reply to Sard's comment. I don't know what he commented on that video, but basically the person is describing exactly what happened there on that day. And then the involvement of Emma Bailey and Demetrius, and saying that there were at least like 5 people there,
Yeah.
and they use like multiple. So they're saying that in the grub truck video, the last hour, okay, there is that guy, I can't remember his name, but anyway, there is a group of people in the top right corner, and they
We
are,
watched this last night, CJ. Same thing.
yeah, they were watching a video, and they are like cheering, kind of, you can hear like Xana, and the this comment that it's about, this video is about, kind of like says that Xana was in a fight club or something.
Yeah.
And
We
occurred like for
we
8
saw this
hours.
last night. And it was it was stated as a novel being pinned in Harsh's chat. It's a pretty long comment. So yeah, I did see
sorry
that.
if I missed that, but just because of the time in Ireland is different. So but it's up to you if you play or not. Okay.
I mean, yeah, if you want everybody to see this, then absolutely. I'm sure everybody that hasn't seen it would be interested in seeing it for sure. I guess. Let me see here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna play it right here.
Okay, I'm just gonna jump out of the pen. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you, dear, for joining us.
See you later.
No worries.
Bye.
All right. Moving forward.
On YouTube for the podcast, and it describes a female informant in the Idaho 4 case, and this is their story. And the comment reads, Friday, Demetrius Art told his lawyer on May 31st, 2023, that he wanted to talk to BK's judge. Somewhere he said the truth will be coming out. Allegedly, Demetrius and Emma got their charges dismissed on Caden Y if they would sing like canaries on Idaho 4 cases. Kara, ex's mom, got probation instead of prison time on 6/21/23 if she would sing too. Also, Corey, but I think that's Emma or Maddie's stepmom, is supposedly going to sing like a canary too to help break the ring. The problem is allegedly Demetrius and Emma were at the King Road home during the unalives. There are allegedly 3 to 4 unalivers, all military trained and experienced, with knives and machetes. 3 rug dealers as
Joe, I'm not going to say this again. Enough is enough, okay? That's it. It's the last time. It's distracting the live stream. I'm not doing it again.
As part of a shakedown turned unalive team. There were many people involved in the Idaho 4 case. Motive number 1, the Idaho 4 were about to talk to feds, investigators about the products there in the ring. Number 2, Maddie told friends that she flushed $275K down the toilet about a week before the unalives. Some say it was more like $2 million, but probably $275K. This is what she told Adam. It has been said that X was trying to help her mom, Kara, and her mom's product situation there. The comment continues. Kara's money or the products back. Apparently, they were to be shaken down and not unalive. The products ring was run by Brent Kopeka. Unalive December 15, 2022. That was the standoff. Demetrius, Emma, Quinn, and even DM helped out. Now, there's a lot of speculation about DM, but this kind of confirms. But this whole part here confirms my theory from the beginning that it connects the university, the church, the politicians there, the city council, and everything is covered up by the LE and the prosecutor's office. But continuing on, the former homeowners were involved in many kinds of product trafficking or just trafficking, and the Moscow PD were involved too. They sold MDMA, not sure what that is, white candy, and FENTANYL, rug products, money benefits, the traffickers, the university, the LE, the Christ Church, politicians, businesses, and other entities. The head of the cartel, Jesse James Bailey, that would be Emma's dad, now is in prison for product busts in February and March 2023. I read a lot of stories about that big ring that was taken down, and his gang were at the house. But both Kara and Corey know one another, and this is the guy that got the products from Emma's dad. BK was allegedly an informant for a task force.
Okay, that right there is misinformation. That gentleman is not Emma Bailey's father. I just want to make that clear so everybody knows. Okay, Jesse James Bailey is not Emma's father.
Working to bust the product ring. BK supposedly had cameras outside to monitor the product trafficking. OMG. I totally believe this. BK also told his sister he bought white candy for his migraines. Why wouldn't he just go to the pharmacy and get one of those pills? That doesn't make sense. I mean, with insurance, it's like $12. Okay, so that's the backstory. Now, continuing on with the story of the unalives. BK, we believe, also got into the Moscow PD of Pullman and WSU police files and saw info on corrupt cops. The Idaho 4 and BK seemed to be the only ones that did not know about this premeditated ambush. The unalives did not happen when and where the Moscow PD says it happened. An informant said that they used several houses, apartments, they used several cars, and they know who was in the house and who was involved. She said Brian is not the unaliver and the sheath is not his, and the DNA was planted by Kyle Payne on December 28th. I have no doubts about that whatsoever. Zero. Folks, I am getting major chills. If you're not getting chills by now, I don't know what to say. But this is unbelievable. But this basically confirms like pretty much everything we know or what we thought happened. All right, continuing on. The unalives allegedly took place from 1 a.m. until 4:30 a.m. BF and DM were in BF's bedroom most of the time, and they saw 3 to 4 dark clothed men coming up the driveway. The unalives did not happen in 8 minutes. They extended over hours of torture, and they used GUNS to heads, knives, machetes, tasers, golf clubs. Yeah, I figured golf clubs were in there. There is a fight club in the Queen Apartments, and it is underground, and a tunnel leads to the King Road house. It is believed that X and E were attacked there. Wow. Like, do you need to go lay down? Because I feel like I do. X and E were attacked there between 12:30 and 1:30 a.m., then moved to the house and staged. I kind of had a feeling that was a possibility. E was allegedly attacked 2 times by different groups,
Welcome,
and the final
Sonia.
time was the thud at 4:14 a.m. K and M walked in at 1:56 a.m., and some guys said M was allegedly unalived at 2:17 a.m. He said K was attacked over on Linda Lane by a cartel guy with beanbags, and he had her dog, Murphy, there watching it. She allegedly wasn't attacked or unalived until 3:55 a.m. over there and then dragged back to the house. This is horrifying. There were people in the house watching these unalives take place. They supposedly sold tickets to show like a snuff film. BF supposedly has everything on a flash drive. She might have given this to BK and AT got it out of his apartment. Oh my gosh. Remember when I'm going to have to find that article where AT, remember, went back in months later into his apartment to take the flash drive or something out of his Fire TV. There was something in the Fire TV that the police left behind. That means the defense has it, but they probably don't know what to do with it because everyone there is corrupt. It continues on. KG and MM did not do products or sell them. They wanted the products out of the house. K allegedly went to MPD 2 weeks before expressing concern about all the products in the house. K only moved in August.
As far as I know, Cowboy, no, there's not. There may be a distant relationship. I can't find it. I looked, but he's definitely not her father at all.
August and X in September. Oh, X's dad, Jeff, told him he did not change the locks. Wow, that confusion. X's dad, Jeff, told me he did not change the locks. He tightened the screws. He said they always left the sliding door unlocked, and many people have the combo to the front door. X in DM, wow, sold the products. X stopped, and Emma got her back into the selling business. Idaho State Patrol guy accidentally told WSU mom Kim that this is a parallel crimes investigation that includes products, carpets, trafficking, and then SEX, humans, CHILD, and all associated with the previous homeowners. BK's life is in great danger because the unalivers are footloose and fancy free. Not sure what that means. There is this ex-SEAL Team 6 guy who was friends with BK, and he posted on Facebook about the unalives. He taunted federal investigators and the VIX. He posted pics of the knives, machetes, and he bragged about unaliving them. Sophia Caitlin, criminal intelligence analyst, researched the background of BK, Brent, that BK, and the other BK, Brian, and she has screenshots of the post by the ex-SEAL, no name though, and the pics he posted, and is turning them into the defense. She's worried that BK will be unalived by a firing squad and said, when the truth comes out about this case, your heads will spin when you find out why they would throw a talented criminologist to the wolves. I guess it is money. Money means more to those involved than some Patsy's life. The Greek life are involved in the unalives too. And a lot of people have said that these unalives were live streamed from the grub truck. If you look at the 4th hour of the grub truck footage, people are looking down at their phones and people have said they are saying X, 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 X as she's beaten at the Fight Club. The King Roadhouse has had 24/7 surveillance built in its 22 years. They were always being watched. What kind of sick, twisted people do this? I don't know. The Idaho 4 never knew this was coming, and they trusted the adults to watch over them. They were failed by those that stood silent, their so-called friends, who all knew but stood silent.
All right. Again, I think a lot of that was nonsense. The whole snuff film thing. I'm sorry I even heard that. That's stepping.
I like Dot's story better.
Yeah. That's way overstepping, and I think that's absolutely ridiculous to say something like that. You guys can have whatever thoughts, theories you have on this. That's up to you. That's your right. I think a lot of this was nonsense, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, though. So,
to me, it literally sounds like somebody just heard a whole bunch of rumors, and then using those rumors to fill in blanks.
Recycled. Yes,
It's
recycled it all. I can go along with that. I agree with you. I do. And
copy and paste straight from 4chan.
This is the problem, folks. This is what we're dealing with. Okay, this is why we're doing this today, and why we're covering the scenario that happened last night on CJ's show. This thing, all this stuff that's being put out there, this is not good for the case. Okay, this does not make it better. This is not giving answers. I agree, people are looking for answers, but this isn't the way to do it. We all want answers. We've all wanted answers from the first day this happened. Okay, and a lot of us believe that we're not getting the truth. That's fine. That's okay. We're allowed to feel that way. But these things, that doesn't make it truth, because we're looking for something that hard. Okay, we can't just go ahead and go, okay, there's the answer, I'm happy now, and walk away. It doesn't work that way, guys. Not at all. And it's very disheartening. It's very disheartening that these things are being put out, because, again, in my opinion, I'm sorry, but I think it's disrespectful to the families. I really do.
I do too. I almost dipped. This is kind of like, let's say you think your spouse is cheating on you. You're worried that they're cheating on you. And you go look through their phone. And they're not cheating on you. But if you look long enough in their phone, you're going to find something that's going to convince you that they're cheating on you. This is the same thing. People have been looking in the phone of the internet for far too damn long.
Like the Linda Lane. You're listening to the audio of Linda Lane. I mean, it's the same thing.
Yes.
Hey, Dago, the chat keeps freezing up, just so you know. Like, no new chat.
I was just getting ready to ask if I need to do something with chat. If anybody's retracting comments, you're allowed to do that, absolutely. But I do not want comments deleted, as we've talked about in the past. 1 second, folks.
I'd love to join the Drunk Turkey Show, Cowboy. I got some things I want to talk to Daniel about.
1 second, everybody. Let me try to fix this again. Do I need to speed the chat back up?
Hi, Chemistry Queen.
Is it moving again?
Okay, so either today or whenever you would like, I'd like to discuss a few things that I have found with searching in the PCA and the documents regarding the sheath and the DNA.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh,
so, like,
sorry.
I don't know if you would like to maybe do that today. I mean, I thought about bringing it up on one of my lives, but I really don't know where to go with it, what to do with it.
Yeah, whatever. That's what today's for. It's for you guys to do what you want in here. So whatever you want to do, I'm down for.
It's nice to talk about things that we know that are real too. You know, real evidence that's actually really in the papers.
Yeah, this is definitely a non-fiction channel. Let's try to go with that. And put the fiction stuff away for a while. All right, what exactly do you want me to do, hon?
I'll share my screen and I'll put up the folder that I have the items in.
Okay.
Um,
Sounds great.
okay,
Whatever
so
works. Yes.
that way people can actually see it. Okay, so it's over here. I've got chat going in 2 places. Let me use this one. Yeah. Remove that. Okay, so here, I'm sorry. Okay, snap.
Well.
Okay, I got them.
How do you look at it, Altered? It's supposed to be nonfiction.
So we've seen what's in the PCA, right? About the sheath.
Yes.
I don't have that screenshot here. These are from other motions in the file. Anything that mentions DNA or the sheath. Okay.
Right.
Because I've been trying to figure out exactly where the DNA was found on the sheath. And if once you see these, you'll see that it changes. So first one. Okay, so this one says the sheath was placed, button side down, and it says located DNA on the bottom of the sheath.
Right. Which would have been the bottom, backside, right?
And what do they mean by button side down? Because if you look at that sheath,
Like this.
yeah, I'm gonna.
I'm guessing with the button down towards the bed.
Yeah. Okay. So where I'm going with this is this right here. There's the button would be this right here.
Right.
This is the male. This is the female part. This is the male part, and then but it also has this inside part of the post and the stud. So there's actually 4 parts of that of the snap.
Right.
And that's what's got me wondering, like, was the DNA up in here? Was it up underneath? Was it down here by the leather? Was it on the actual thing that your finger would touch? Was it underneath? Because there's a ridge under here too. Like, I'm just really curious where they found it, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I've been just kind of digging into.
I think my understanding was that I understood, and I could be completely misunderstood, was that it was inside this part here. But I mean, if you have something that's more detailed, that's wonderful, because I don't think we all completely understand it either.
I want to put this up because somebody in chat had mentioned this movie, and
okay,
I titled it "How I Imagine Anne Will Question D." That's all I'm gonna say.
Right.
Because I thought it was funny.
Are these pictures of?
Hang on, Altered. She'll explain it here in a minute. I know what she's doing.
That is literally how the questioning is going to go when you know who is on the stand. I mean, it's going to be like, "Are you serious?" Through a crack in your door with no lights, and that's
exactly. That makes a lot of sense. I like it.
ADH brain there for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is the knife, right, guys? So that little drawing that I have is this is the top, and then there's the bottom part of that, and then on this one is other thing. Oops. Sorry. So the inside snaps too, right? Mm-hmm. So where exactly are they saying that they found this DNA? There's other stuff all along here. How could you possibly clean that 1,000% and not get all this?
And I will state, I'm glad you brought that up, because leather in itself, you guys, is very porous and it's very hard to clean and get. Okay, if you're going to do a DNA swab on this, they would have to scrape the leather with something to get any part of it, okay? you can't clean something completely out of leather because it absorbs it. Understand?
Exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
they would have that thing completely filleted
Right.
apart and opened up for
Yeah.
testing. So this is that first one that I showed, and then this is the mention as well in a document. It says the state has provided information related to this request for DNA on the snap of the knife sheath only. Now that says on the snap, okay. And then we go, this is the next one. Oh, that's the same one, hang on. Isn't it? Yes, yes. Okay, here's the next one. IgG using the DNA taken from the button of the sheath. Okay. And then on the sheath, sheath has such DNA. Where's that last one? Okay, and here's one that's, I was like, what? The K-bar knife sheath was abandoned at the scene, as was the DNA inside it. What do they mean inside it?
And I agree with you. When I first heard that, once again, when you state that inside the sheath, I was thinking it was inside there. Okay. Inside the sheath. That's what it says, word for word. I told you guys verbiage is super important. Inside the sheath. I thought the same thing. It doesn't say inside the snap of the sheath. It says inside the sheath. So.
And then, so yeah, there's 4 parts right here. Then it looks together here. Female parts, male parts. Female parts, male parts. So it could have been anywhere inside any of this.
Right.
They're showing, somebody was showing how they were like closing it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at all the nooks and crannies.
Right.
Close up.
How they find that little bit of transfer DNA right inside that little, well, where they found it. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, you guys, I'm going to be doing a video on this. I hope, if I ever have time, because I'm working on one. I swear I'll never get done. Go look this guy up on Twitter, y'all, and then go all the way back to January 12th and watch that interview. Nobody has talked about it. And he only got, look at this, 3 retweets on it, 8 hearts, and only 5,000 people saw it. You have to see this interview.
Absolutely. I'll be right back.
He
Keep
was
going.
there he was there on the scene and talked to witnesses. Okay, so I'm just saying, don't forget that. Go look, because I was like, what? Are you kidding me? I'm seeing if there's anything else in here I wanted to show you. I think that's it. The rest is just links. So yeah, I've just been kind of, digging and seeing if I can figure out where it is on the sheath, what they're talking about, Let me, where'd my thing go? Just stop. There we go. I just think that it's something worth digging into, something that's, in the documents, that we can actually kind of go over.
A lot of nooks and crannies in that sheath, and you could see sort of how it would be difficult to clean, but still, an entire car is a lot more difficult, and there's a lot more nooks and crannies, and it doesn't really, so much of the story doesn't make sense with him knowing that the phone will be tracked, knowing he has to turn it off, but in the end, why does he need the phone anyways? It doesn't make any sense that he brings his phone. It doesn't make any sense that the car comes back 100% clean. And I sent you an email about the expert that Daniel had on his show that sort of did her best to explain how you could clean a car and everything. And Harsh did a video basically picking that apart, that the information that expert was given was, in the event that you didn't get a lot of the victims, BLOOD on you, perhaps you could keep your car clean. But the expert didn't appear to be familiar with the case from the get-go. She was having the case described to her by Daniel, and there was a lot of if you did this and if you did that we know that wasn't the case. There was a lot of, it was a pretty messy scene, according to Mabbitt, according to some of the police officers, according to some of the witnesses. There was
Well,
B
yeah, they did
L
find
O
stuff
O D all over the place,
all the way from the back door up the hill. They found whatever they
and
found evidence
dripping through the wall on the outside of the house.
Yeah.
So I mean, the idea that it was the scene wasn't that messy, therefore that you could see why the car came back clean, doesn't really jive. And the expert that Daniel was interviewing wasn't really given that information when she was describing how it's plausible that the car could come back clean. And it just seems to me that it's a real sticking point that car comes back clean.
Well,
when you can't even clean a knife sheath, how do you clean an entire car?
Yeah.
And why bring a knife? I just don't think that knife sheath to me looks so useless. If what I intend to do is go into a house and unalive 4 people or 6 people or a house with 6 people, I don't want to have that thing anywhere near me. I don't want that blade covered by anything. I want that blade ready to rock if you're, because you're in danger if you're going up against half a dozen people.
Well, you guys remember when Brian got pulled over, right? And they got 2 different officers pulled him over.
Right.
And got video. I mean, if we want to talk about rumors, I mean, we all heard about rumors that they did that so they could check him out to see. And, everybody was going, oh, there's like wounds on him, blah, blah, blah. We don't know if there was, and we don't know if his hair or DNA of any kind was found anywhere else in the house. We don't know that yet. We will, but we don't know yet. I mean, yes, and so many people get stuck on Ann Taylor saying that one thing. And yes, I do support both sides of this until we get to trial, both sides. And I'm not on either side.
I mentioned this to Dago the other day, that if you want to speculate that Ann Taylor, because Ann Taylor's been quite clear that she keeps on saying they have nothing, right? And a lot of people are saying, well, we can't take her word for it. But I'd just be interested for somebody to provide a case. I mean, she's previously got somebody off in a DP case, isn't that true? Or I'm
sure she has. She's like the only.
I believe so.
Yeah, she's.
So
like,
I mean, I'd like to see somebody go through previous case documents and see if she was just as bold, and if you could provide a court document where she's led people astray, let's say, because I hear a lot of people saying, well, she's just gaslighting us, and it almost seems like she is. I mean, she's very clever in her wording, and it makes it seem like they have nothing.
Right.
So how much credit? But you could learn a lot from her past cases. So if you were digging through her past cases and review the documents,
always
she
been
was
about the
providing to the court.
technicalities and always will be.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. They always want to get their client off on a technicality so they can't be tried again.
But I mean, some of the statements she made would be difficult to walk away from when she says no connection to the victims. She has to mean that to a certain degree, right?
Technical. She's not going to be untechnical in.
I mean, they can't be like, they can't have ongoing chats on Insta or something if she says there's no connection to the victims, right?
That's not a connection. I don't have a connection to you. Just because we've hung out and stuff online, that's really not a connection. You have to look at the legal term of connection. And that's what she is just using brilliant lawyering. Just like when she says that there's no explanation for the fact that there's none of the victim's DNA in his car, apartment, or office. Okay, that is a fact, apparently. She can't lie, right? But I've said this before, she can lie by omission. They do it all the time. She's not going to then follow up that sentence and be like, and we'll have a great explanation for why his DNA is all over the house.
Yeah, she can't lie, but she cannot tell you things. So yes,
it's wordplay. Yeah, and
it is
you're saying stuff without saying it. Yeah, and that's why she's so good at it. She's technical with what she looks for. She's technical with her responses. She's technical with her moves. It's all technical. And I would, if she'd be amazing to have as a representation.
But I don't. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to say like I don't know you, we're not connected, because I love you, Jesse. It's not that.
Oh, I wasn't offended. I was just trying to process all that, because a lot of this information we get from Ann Taylor, I do sort of feel like she's gaslighting us. Like, for example, when I was on panel with CJ, and when that document dropped about the alibi, both CJ and I were a bit excited about it, and then having time to review it and understanding it more, it seems like, yeah, there was nothing really there. There's really no information provided there.
Yeah. Well, that's why they use certain words. It's just semantics, and
the verbiage is very important.
Right.
Yes, because they know that we're reading all this, right? They know we're reading every word of it, and we're going to analyze it and pick it apart and all that. They know. So, of course, she's going to put stuff in there that she wants the public to know that she is allowed to say. Anything that they're not allowed to say is all under seal. There's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen because it's sealed, not even redacted, completely sealed.
Yeah.
That's the stuff she's not talking about.
Yeah, the wordplay is a game in itself, honestly. And she's damn good at it.
It can be, for sure. I mean, that's what makes people believe things, okay? Verbiage is, I've been saying that from the beginning. Verbiage is, you have to pay attention to the language and the verbiage in these documents. One word can change the entire structure of something and will completely throw you off. And it's because it's done it to me. I've learned over
well, like some people in chat are stuck on me saying the thing about connection. I was just throwing out a very quick example. I probably didn't think that out far enough. Okay, so there's this really weird guy that keeps emailing me and other people, other creators, just because he's emailing me constantly, or just because some other weirdos are sending me friend requests on Facebook and whatever. That doesn't mean that we have a connection. Right? He could have been reaching out to them on social media, right? But if they didn't respond and have, an actual connection with him, then there is no connection. She can say that and get away with it.
That is true. That is true.
Well, you learn something new every day. I'm glad I came on and got a bit of an education there.
Exactly, Dinky. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, technically what I said was like, yeah.
Sorry, Brian. I didn't see you back there, bud. There you go.
Hey, Brian.
Hi, you all. How are you?
Wonderful,
I'm so sensitive. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, buddy.
Okay, I get so sensitive. I'm like, no, they don't want me up there. And then it's like, dude, you don't have any idea what you're doing.
I told you, Brian, we love you.
Jesse, let me just say this to you. You're delightful. As far as Ann Taylor goes, what happened was when she got appointed and the whole world went nuts, everybody thinking that she's this awesome thing. In truth, what happened was she did get that client off, and then guess what? That guy, her overturning, got overturned. So that client, which made the whole world think that Ann Taylor is awesome, is in jail right now. So Miss Ann is not the thing. The one that's going to be awesome, if it ever goes to trial, parentheses, it won't, is the dude, okay? Because you can tell by the way he writes. Hi, CJ, my new friend, my old friend, and then my ex-friend, and now my new friend. I love you, love you, love you.
Let me cover my eyes real quick. Make sure. Okay, you got your picture.
What I want to ask you all, what I want to ask you all is this. It feels like old YouTube hangover in terms of like, we don't want to victim bash and we don't want to shame, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we have been here for like a year. And the truth is, drugs are involved. That is not victim shaming. That is not family blaming. Maybe some of it is what I did for a living. Someone suffering with addiction is not a personality flaw. It's an illness. It's identical to diabetes. It is hereditary. That is proven. So whenever drugs come up, not necessarily on Dago, but on some channels, it turns into this. There's no drugs. There's no drugs. There's drugs. Okay. We have from the very beginning have had taxi drivers interviewed that say it's a known drug spot. The guy who drove the girls home, you guys, didn't pull into the driveway. You can find the quote. He said he feels a little bad that he did not pull in. He just stopped on the street because of fear of robbery. Okay, it is clear that they were dealing, they were using. I am not judging. We have Maddie's mom arrested on November 7th for drugs. We have Maddie and Zanny murdered on the 13th. And then we have Cara arrested a week later. So, like, to me, where I get confused with you all, and I'm not being rude, I'm just saying all this notion that this isn't drugs, this is drugs. Why do we think that the FBI and the cops went after 17 financial institutions? 20-year-olds, two of them, which work part-time basically at a Domino's, don't have 17 bank accounts. They don't have safes on their dresser. Emma has a safe. You can watch her in her arrest video. She calls her friend and asks the friend to please go into her safe and get her some cash. Okay, so it's like, why are we? And I guess what my pain is as a clinician is this is not a character flaw. I am not judging anybody. We all were young. We partied. I tripped. I loved my cocaine. I drank. It doesn't make me a bad person. It means that if I go back 30 years, we all did this, but we're not flawed people. So, like, why does it become like, if I ever mention it on some channels, like, we need to talk about drugs, it's like, oh, no victim shaming. The bottom line is Maddie's stepmom was arrested for drugs a week before her child was killed. That's just a criminal fact. That's public facing. So why? Same thing with Kara. Okay, and it makes sense that Xana might have been trying to get back mom's drug dealers' drugs that mom lost. I think drug dealers do get pissed if you lose a lot of their drugs. And Cara's drug charges, it ended up with a 50,000 K bond, and there was like 5 charges of controlled felony substances. So then to me, I've got to say, that's like, pretty much a super Walmart. Okay, this isn't like a little weed dealing house. This is a house where you go and you can fill out your little order. I want some meth. I want some crack. I want some heroin. Personally, I think 1122, the victims were into ecstasy. Okay, because ecstasy makes you love to touch. Okay, and they were coming to the door more than once in handcuffs. The handcuff game, if you guys have not ever looked up the Champagne handcuff game, look it up. Ooh, it's wild, you guys. You handcuff yourself to your partner, and then you drink into oblivion, and then basically everyone in the party gets to vote who's going to get the most screwed up. What fun. Hey, I would have loved it 30 years ago. Give me a break, guys. But why on YouTube now? Because we have evolved. We have. Why now is it when we talk about known facts that Xana's mom has a drug history, Maddie's bio dad served 90 days in jail in 2000 for drugs. Okay, we know it's hereditary. Why are we still this far along holding on to no drugs? That's my question.
What channels do you watch it, man?
What?
What channels are you watching? Because all of our community always expressed that we don't know 100 either way.
Right.
I
Whether
agree with
some-
what Brian's
Yeah.
saying about the drugs, as far as, it's something that you have to look at. And if you want to disregard those known facts about the family members being involved in drugs and the arrest of the stepmom and the mom and all that stuff, that's a lot of coincidences to cast off to the side. The problem is, it doesn't matter what your theory is on this case. There's a whole bunch of coincidences that stack up on the other side that lead you to a different direction. So the
Yeah.
drugs certainly might cloud the situation. They might be the reason this happened. They might just be clouding the whole thing to make it more difficult to find out why it happened. It's really, like I said, Daniel from Drunk Turkey says he doesn't believe in coincidences. Well, there's coincidences in every direction here, whether you want to be pro BK or anti BK. He's guilty, he's not guilty. There's just too many coincidences that you have to explain, no matter which way you're leaning in this discussion.
See, but Jesse, just right now, the way you answered me, it so confuses me as to your tentativeness. It's like, to me, from day one, I thought drugs. From day one, this is a
Ask me a
message
question,
killing.
just put it right on me, I'll answer.
No, but I'm saying, why this far into this horror? Why? The way you answer is perfectly the reason why I'm asking the question.
I think no, Brian. I think what it is that everybody, it's taboo. Okay, it's because of what happened to the victims. Sadly, that bringing this up has become taboo because we all know it's a college campus one-off. So there's going to be drugs, there's going to be alcohol, there's going to be this, there's going to be that. That's to be expected, and I agree with you, Brian, in a lot of senses with this. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't know for a fact yet. So therefore, again, it has become taboo because it, in a sense, I'm not saying it's victim shaming because we don't know for a fact that they were personally themselves doing certain things. Okay. But we do know that it's a problem on most campuses right now, including this one has been talked about by multiple people. So that, that I agree with. So, but it is sadly it's well, I don't want to say sadly, it is taboo because again, it goes back to people not wanting to upset the families of the victims who have already been through so much. Do you know what I mean?
I will say though that the same people in the same channels that think it's taboo to talk about drugs or to platform people that have wild conspiracy theories will indulge people who come on to their panels or other people who have released statements about BK that probably don't really know BK that well. And they want to say, oh, he's an incel, he's horrible to women, he stares at women, he treats women, and nobody's actually provided any real, like I've heard these stories, I've heard these accounts. I haven't seen any actual real evidence for any of them. No. And the same people out there shouting, well, I want to see proof, receipts, evidence, wow, and they're pounding the table. There's no receipts. There's no evidence for any of that. It's wild speculation, and it's understandable that that's what people are going to say about a guy who just got accused of what he's been accused of. But then when we hear accounts from people that have known him from years past, like Willie and other people that know of him from Pennsylvania, they tell a much different story, but they aren't platformed. Mainstream media doesn't want to have anything to do with anybody saying that BK is a fairly normal guy. Because and don't get me wrong, I'm not pro BK at all. I'm just pro neutrality and let's be fair. Let's be fair to the accused as well as we got to be fair to the families. But we got to be fair to the accused as well because we don't know that he's guilty.
However, bringing up in terms of, and that's the same thing, Jesse, in terms of bringing up, we have to be fair to the families. If we were talking about diabetes, we wouldn't get into this, be fair to the families. I am not judging anybody.
That's
However, the fact that even if we go with, and this part we don't know yet, but if we go with what went on in that community Sunday morning, to me, behaviorally, the fact that the general consensus outside of the core group, community-wise, why did everybody, the way it's been reported, initially go to widespread overdose, if this house isn't dealing. Okay, that at a nursing home, we would never get into a discussion of
Yeah,
whether
but where's
the
the screenshots for that? You know what I'm saying? I was even bringing that up to the person that came in
Right.
my show last night, asking them where the screenshots were at, and they couldn't provide them. We're
Exactly.
not saying what you're saying isn't true, Brian, because that stuff does exist out there in this world. The world is ugly. What we're saying is we take it into consideration. Everything is possible because we're not talking to Billy at the water cooler, all right? And all we know is what comes out in documents, statements, that, right? So we're not saying what you're saying it couldn't exist, isn't true, shouldn't be looked at, isn't credible. We're not saying that. What we're saying is just like last night's conversation, if you're going to say this is possible and you're going to be about this part of it, then we need to see something in order to make it more of a discussion.
Yeah.
But when it comes to using, dealing, or selling drugs, how on earth do we know unless you get arrested? There's a different thing here between other stuff.
Well, you just said Snapchats, though. There would be Snapchats of that activity, right? If it's on Snapchat, all over Snapchat, the morning that this happened, it was nothing but talking about ODs. Where's those Snapchats? You know what I'm saying? Because as
Oh, I
far as
see
I
what
know,
you're. Oh,
Right.
you're.
as
Oh,
far as I
okay.
know, I haven't seen those, and I only
I didn't
know
even
what's
know I
been
was
released.
talking about Snapchats.
Oh,
All I
yeah.
was saying was that
What do you mean?
they went to overdose first.
That's
Okay,
what
which
they
I
were
thought
coming
would be
across on
different.
Snapchat. Right.
Yeah, it was all over Snapchat that morning, and that's what I'm saying. I was asking the person that came in last night, where's the Snapchats of you seeing the Snapchats of the same thing? Because she said the
Okay.
same thing you were saying about the ODs
Right.
all over Snapchat that morning.
May I poll each of you? Dago, do you think drugs were involved in this tragedy?
I very much do. Yes, sir.
CJ,
I think it's very possible.
crime.
But
By the
there's a
way,
lot of other
crime, I
stuff.
love you.
It's very
I think
possible
you're
BK
good.
did it, very possible that he didn't. There's a lot of very possibles, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not at the water cooler. I don't see the documents. I don't know what's there that's not out. I don't, you know what I mean? I would love, just like all of us, we want to find the answer, man.
Of
That's why
course
we're
we do.
doing what we're doing. That's why we put in the work that we're doing. But it's the answer that is the true answer. That's the answer that we're looking for. Sometimes people come to us and say this. I mean, hell, last
Yeah.
night again is a show. She came on and said that stuff. Where's your proof?
Well, no, you guys know I'm older, okay? When you just came back with me with the Snapchat, I don't know any of that stuff. Okay, I mean, Dago can tell you. Oh, so can you. It's taken me 6 months
Yeah.
to figure out how to get on Snapchat on this thing. Okay, I don't have a cell
You're
phone. I
good,
don't want a
man.
cell phone. I've never had a cell phone. I've never had a Facebook. I've never had an elbow book. I've never had an ebook. I've never had a nose book. I've never had a Twitter, a Ditter, or anything.
I know, and
This
I've
ain't
heard
my
a lot of
stuff.
people talk about Snapchats, but I've never seen the screenshots. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, no. So I'm asking you guys then. So generally, like in real, like regularly speaking, you guys should be able to like see the Snapchats.
I'm sorry, what?
Say that
Like,
again.
Well, if somebody's claiming they exist, they could provide screenshots of them.
They would be out, man.
okay.
When you're looking at everything that's leaked, especially the story last night. If that was true, you're going to tell me that that ain't been leaked, but we got Linda Lane, we got all this other stuff, screenshots of the dumpster car. We have all this stuff that's been coming out. But you're going to tell me something like that didn't get leaked?
Well, no, I don't really know what a Snapchat is, but I'm saying, but you guys are all saying that it should be something that we could find, like
It would
right
be out
now.
there, man. It would be out there.
Crime
If all this
sleuthing.
other stuff is true, if all this other stuff is true about these leaks, Linda Lane and all this other stuff, then that would be leaked too, man.
Crime. Do you think drugs were involved?
I'm not gonna say yes or no until I see proof, I'm
Yeah,
just
there's
not going to do it. I just
Okay.
won't do it. I won't have my name associated with that. I just won't. And I
Jesse?
totally understand and respect other people's opinions. I'm not going to attack anybody for feeling the way that you do. I get it. You know, I can say that I understand how you feel that way and I respect it. I don't hold that opinion myself. I just don't.
Okay.
And I don't think it's fair, honestly, to say that, you know, victims or survivors are somehow related in with drugs and dealing just because their
Yeah.
parents might have. Could be
Right.
because
What if it was
I'm
your
on the
sister?
opposite
You
end
know?
of that myself. My
Yeah.
son is 31 and is a recovering addict. And he used to deal, he used to sell, he was a huge user and he almost got killed for it. I've never been associated with drugs in my entire life. I've never even smoked a joint. But because he has, somehow I would be connected to that. No, I don't
No.
buy it.
Well,
No, that
in
that part I
no,
don't.
in my defense, I do have to say to you all that I think because of my vocation, that I look at addiction totally
What's up?
different as other
Go ahead and
people.
say it real quick.
Obviously, I was not sitting in front of patients who were suffering with addiction and judging them. So to me, it's not like it's a bad thing. It's a character
Yeah.
flaw.
I'm in
It's
the
a
panel,
judgment.
so I
You
heard
know what
it.
I'm saying? It
I'm in
just
the
doesn't
panel,
hit
so
me
I
that
heard
way.
it.
Right. I'm just saying that just because Xana's mom has issues does not mean that Xana did. She appeared to be a
Right.
very healthy,
Yeah.
active young woman. And
Right.
I don't even care if they were doing weed and ecstasy and drinking and just doing the normal stuff that college people do, mushrooms, whatever. Nobody cares about that. I don't see any proof of anything, period, whatsoever, even all that stuff that I just named. But I certainly don't see anything about any dealing. I just don't. There's no proof anywhere. If there
So
were,
then if we had to come up with some
they'd be out
reason
there.
for what happened, then what would we say?
Well, let me
Are we gonna
clarify
say
something. Let
are
me
we
clarify
gonna say
something.
jealousy or crime of passion? Like what would you guys come for some causation
I
for
could
horror?
float theories if you guys got time to listen to them.
Let me clarify something real quick though. I did say this, and I want to clarify this. Yes, I do believe that there's very possibly drugs involved, but I do still say I want to see the proof. I haven't yet. There's nothing that
But how do we prove it?
that's a hard thing to do. That's a very hard thing to do. There has to be some form of it, and maybe that'll come out in the trial. Who knows? I don't know that at this point. You know what I mean? So maybe I should not have answered that question that way because it is all based on proof to me. That's what everything is based on, as far as I've been concerned. So, but I do feel there's drugs in some form, just based on multiple things we've seen that are in. I'm not saying specifically with these people, in and around this area. I definitely do. You know, that's just my opinion. So I just wanted to clarify that. I'm sorry. Go ahead with
Well, I
what?
hope I didn't make you feel like you needed to clarify that. I understand exactly
No,
how you
I
feel
was
about all of it.
listening. Yeah, no, I was listening to what was being said, and I had to make sure that that is known because everything I talk about on here is based on what proof is to be shown. So,
Right.
so then
And
though,
some
if
people
we
are
took
saying that I'm so sorry. Did you need to go ahead?
so then I'm saying no is when we're going like we have to prove it. If we
You
went
do
to
have to prove it.
another, I guess we could. I was just thought, okay, so fine. If we were going for a gun, then we would find a bullet. Okay, so that would be true. Okay, if it was a hit and run, we would have, tire tracks or something. Because like when everybody keeps saying we don't know because we don't have proof, I say if they haven't been arrested and caught using or dealing, there's never going to be any proof. And I would think at this point that we would know that. However, what I found stunning was when all the search warrants were coming out, I was blown away at how many financial institutions there were for 2 part-time, basically Pizza Hut workers. To see these kids have 16 to 18 financial relationships, to me, that's like money laundering. That's doing something. When you were 20, did you need 5 financial relationships? To me, that was very, very telling.
What are you talking about? 5 financial relationships with
Well,
who?
no, they had like 17 bank relationships.
Who had 17 bank relationships? That's what I'm
The
asking.
5 of them in the house. In the
Where are
search
you getting
warrant.
that?
From the Idaho court document place. They had like American Express, Wells Fargo,
Oh my gosh.
credit
No, that's not what
unions.
that meant. That's not what that meant.
Oh, what did that mean?
It's just warrants. It's part of an investigation. They have to subpoena everything on everybody.
Right. And
So
apparently
that's everybody.
they all had connections to every single one of them.
No, that doesn't mean they all had connections to 17 banks. It means that there were 5 roommates and there was Brian. Different people had different connections to different banks.
No, right.
And
So
I
what
don't
I'm
believe
asking
there was
you, though,
17
is when you
either.
were
Are you
20
sure
years
17?
old.
But
No, that's what I'm asking you. When you were 20 years old, working part-time at Pizza Hut, okay, did you have 4 bank accounts just for you alone?
I
Because
had 3. I had
Okay.
my checking account, I had my credit union, and then I had my credit cards. I was
Okay.
20 and already married.
I
didn't do
just thought
college
it was
thing.
fascinating that they went looking for financial, because that meant that they knew that they were dealing with and they were dealing with money laundering. Okay.
No, they were looking for proof of things that they alleged that he bought. You remember about the sheath, right? And the knife.
Right.
They were looking for that. They were looking for any possible connections, between them, right? But they were also looking for proof of things that he purchased, the things that they took from his apartment in the house in Pennsylvania. They wanted to tie all these things together, and that's how they do that with warrants
Well, no.
and subpoenas.
The truth is, Brian, they weren't looking for anything financial with Brian. All of the financials came back to the 4 victims plus 3 other people. So we might be able to say one of those other 3 might be Brian, but the ones that were
Why on earth
listed,
would they not want to see Brian's financials?
Yeah, they
wasn't-
definitely subpoenaed all of his as well. They
I mean,
wanted
they're going to
all-
want to see if he bought. That just seems like murder 101. Did he buy duct tape? Did he buy a plastic wrap? That's the first thing you do
well,
in a
no, just go
DP
back and
case,
look
right?
at the financial search warrants. You will find that they listed Maddie, Xana, Ethan, all of them. They did not list Brian on any of them.
No, those
So
are
to
the
me-
redacted ones. No, Brian. They did, and I don't. I'll tell you what I'm going to do for you. Okay, I'm going to pull them all up, and I will make a video just for you on this.
Thank
okay?
you.
Hey,
Because I
Brian,
love
Susan.
your videos.
That's a
I
good-
think
that's a
you're
good
really
sport.
sharp.
And I'll show you which ones are redacted, so we don't know who all they subpoenaed, right?
But you know
there were
what they
6 names on a
did?
couple of them, so we can
They
assume.
messed up. They said redacted, and then they would list their phone numbers. And I'm watching this, and I'm thinking, this is stupid. I'm not going to identify you, but you're giving out my phone number on the form. Do it, crime. Do it. They listed them. You go back and you look at the financial stuff, and it lists them. It lists every single one of them on the thing, but none of them list Brian Kohlberger. Go back and do it. It's incredible. But I do want you to know that I think your stuff is really neat, crime. Okay, you're good, you're sharp, you make good videos. I want you to know that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I appreciate you having being on my channel and all your comments and interactions. I totally get everything that you're saying. I really, really do.
Do I drive you all nuts with my power posting things on the chat?
No.
You see, I don't know your all's world with the internet. Like,
You're part of the community, man.
Right.
But I type a lot fast because I don't do Twitter. Okay, so I don't know how to communicate in 8 words. As you can all tell right now, I'm kind of an old blabbermouth, so I can only communicate with a lot. But apparently, etiquette in your guys' world with Twitter and everything is much more concise and shorter.
Brian, do you feel that I have been and I'm just concerned because of a couple things that I've seen here. Do you feel that I've been at all rude or condescending to you?
Oh God, no.
If I have in any way to you or anybody here, I do apologize. That my tone
No,
of voice
not at all.
sometimes comes across a little bit sarcastic or whatever, but I
No,
totally
Still a
not at
little
all.
bit upset that you said we don't have a connection.
No,
Huh?
no, no.
Well,
My
and I
thing
think
is
the big picture
confused.
is what
I
if
didn't hear
this
you.
was your family member? You know what I mean? And if there's nothing to back up certain things, certain topics, what if that was your sister or your mom or your aunt or somebody like that?
But
And that's how you have to
CJ,
look at it. That's
you
all.
have to understand that if it was my family member or anything, I do not consider that bad or a flaw of my family member. If my family member suffered with addiction, to
No. I didn't
me,
say that, Brian. What I'm
Oh, Jeremiah,
saying is,
I laugh when I'm nervous, honey. A
if
lot of
it's not
people do
true,
that.
it's like what Crime Sleuthen was stating a little bit ago. She
I'm not
said that her
nervous.
brother, or I'm sorry if I'm not
My
remembering that
son.
correctly, but your brother,
Be respectful,
or
folks, please.
and that because her brother had a problem, that because of the problem, uh, an association with it, even though she said she hadn't even done anything in her life. And so that's what we're talking about. It's not about that it can't exist. It's about that, yes, it can exist, but at the same time, if there's nothing that's backing it up other than some warrant records on a, for bank information or whatever, that still doesn't mean that they partook in those activities. And so, if there until there's more proof, then we can go ahead and talk about that. But to be respectful to the family, the victims, everybody that's involved, there's just it's substances, certain acts, different things. You can't associate it with certain people unless you have something to go off of. You know what I mean? And
but would I get put in that same category
Exactly,
if
Heather.
we were discussing Crime Sleuthen's brother suffering with diabetes?
I'm sorry, what?
Would it be the same thing if Crime Sleuthen's brother suffered with diabetes? Would it be bad to bring that up?
It's but that
Because to
you're
me, they're
talking
the
apples and
same.
oranges, Brian. But you're talking
But see,
apples
to
and
me,
oranges.
we're
You're talking
not.
a
It's an
substance and a.
illness.
I understand what you're saying, Brian, because it is an illness. I know where you're classifying it that way, and I completely.
But so
get
is apple and an orange. They're fruit. You can't
right.
compare apples and oranges, though, even though they're
It's
still fruit.
they're two different types of diseases, and one is led by one is based on taboo, okay? Because it's drug addiction. We all know that, okay? Having diabetes and having drug addiction, I guess apples and oranges is a good way to put it because they're completely two different variations in that sense, okay? Um, you can't really you can't.
But
I
fruit.
mean, nothing against what you're saying, Brian. Nothing at all. I love you to death.
Likewise.
But it's
Yeah,
you
totally.
can't really use those in
Yes, Hannah.
comparison,
Very
in my
complex.
opinion. In my opinion, you can't use those in comparison because they're just so far out in different directions. In my opinion, is what I'm saying. So,
Exactly. And diabetes is, I mean, you could even go in 5 different directions with diabetes,
yeah,
Was it type 1? Was it type 2? Did they take care of themselves when they found
they
out they
find
had
out
it? Or did
because
they
they're
just,
overweight, or were they born with it, or whatever.
yeah,
Yeah, right.
there's
There's so many
so many.
variations and
And the
factors.
same thing goes for addiction, and people don't understand that. There are
Right.
genes and gene mutations and
Yes.
predispositions and all of that to that. And that is literally one of the reasons why I stay away from anything like that, because I know addiction runs in my family. I'm not going to try it. I'm not going to F with that stuff, never have. And my
Well,
friends never
regardless.
gave me crap over it. They didn't care that I didn't want to partake. It's not a big deal. And
We don't have the
yeah,
bottom line is
I love my
we don't.
wine, but I'm careful. You know what I mean?
Right.
If I
The-
knew all these things, like my son did, I tried to warn him. I was like, we've got, aunts and uncles and stuff, and grandma, all this, you have to be careful. My other two listen. They've played around and stuff like normal 20 somethings, but I told my son, please don't. He wanted to I think it was LSD, and he was like, we were discussing it, and I think there's good parts of LSD, for example, go down that route, but
Yeah, that's a whole new thing.
that's
too.
what led him to
Amazing.
try other hard stuff, which led him, that's where the gateway thing comes in, with some people. Once they get past just the weed and popping some Adderall or whatever, then they go a little further and
Guys, I never had a bad trip. I loved tripping. It was a blast.
I'm sorry.
It was
I
a
did.
blast.
I definitely did have a bad one. That's
My
the
Oh,
mom
you
told
did
me
have a
so
bad
many
one,
funny
Dave? Oh, I
stories through
never had a
Texas.
bad trip. I had
bad-
nothing but fun.
The bad one is what ended it for me. When you get into a
I'm
fist fight
sure.
with a tree and you're being chased by Smurfs, that's not good.
Oh,
I'm sorry. That is not good. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
my God.
So that was the
Oh,
end of
That's
that for
funny.
me.
Oh, God.
But no,
okay,
I'm
I
just
feel
saying,
bad. I feel bad now. I should shut up so that she can talk. I don't want
Don't
to go
feel bad.
down.
I feel bad because people in chat were saying that I
Ryan,
think
listen,
they were
that's
saying that I
everybody.
was being some type of way, and I care
I
what
think, I
people
think,
think about me,
I
and I'm
think,
so
I think
sorry.
people just honestly, crime sleuth, honey. I think that people just mistake your tone. That's all it is, because you are confident when you speak, and that a lot of people are threatened by that. Sadly, I knew
I'm
exactly that
sorry.
you were.
No, guys, I
No,
love
it's
you
not your
all. I
fault.
don't
No,
want
that didn't happen to
anybody.
me. All I'm
It's not
saying
your
is, and I
fault.
can't see her name, but lower left box, I want
The
to
pretty
shut up. I
one?
don't want to go off panel, but I just want to be quiet so she can speak.
Oh,
Oh.
Nikki. Okay, yeah, but no,
Hi,
You're so
everybody's
pretty.
whoever you
everybody's
are.
everybody's opinions are important in here, and I need that to be
Yes.
understood and need that to be known. And nobody has the right to knock somebody else's opinion. Please, we have to
I
practice
just want to
that the
stay
best
on
we can.
panel while we move on to her.
Right, go ahead, Nikki. I'm sorry, hon.
No
Nikki,
problem.
hi, Nikki.
A lot of good points. Some of them I agree with, some of them I don't. I pretty much have a very boring, I feel like, and pretty relatable theory on the whole situation. So that's why I haven't really so, but I think no matter what, regardless of what people speculate might have been involved, this isn't something that anybody was asking for. It's not something they deserved. It's not, it wouldn't matter if they were Walter White and Jesse and, trying to sell it to nuns. I mean, nobody deserves what happened to them. And I think that's my
That's a
main
fact.
focus on it.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
And I listen, I'm not disagreeing with anything that you had to say, Brian, but my biological father, okay, he was a police officer at one point. It was also a drug addict. Okay, he also took drugs from people when he was doing his duties and used those drugs, which in turn ended up killing him in life. Okay, that doesn't mean I'm a drug addict. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of in the same boat. And I don't, like I said, I respect you to death and I love you to death. But that doesn't mean I have not yet seen any proof that any one of these victims actually ever used drugs. Okay. But I do know you're right that we had parents that had issues with them. And I know that it's hereditary. And being what your job is, I absolutely understand why you can see things the way you do.
Yeah.
But I just can't, how can I say this respectfully? I want to say first, I can't go along with that. Is all I'm saying. But I
That's
respect
fine.
and appreciate your work on this. I really do.
That's fine. It just pains me because I absolutely think that this is I totally get even the earlier conversation here with that person. I totally get anybody and everybody being scared to death. I would not call an authority if I knew who killed them. You are out of your mind. These cops are corrupt. And I think that Kylie greatly messed me up because that was when I really learned that even when the FBI is involved, the local cops are all still going to get away with it. And that was devastating to me because the truckie cops were corrupt and I kept waiting for the FBI to arrest somebody. I am deep down in my heart still waiting for the FBI to arrest some of these assholes. None of them are going to get arrested. And that is very scary. How can you all FBI people not know that this is bull? How can you not know that they're making up shit? And how can you, as an FBI agent, not report a corrupt colleague? That's really scary.
Who says they haven't?
Well, no, but nothing's
Yeah.
happened.
Sorry, I'm pro police. That might not be
But
the
no,
cool thing
I'm
to do
just
right
saying,
now,
who
but
says
I'm
that
pro
nothing?
police.
no, but shouldn't they be arrested?
If that were to happen, absolutely. But I think they're held to a higher standard than civilians are. And I think that there's so many checks and balances in that system. It would make it extremely difficult for that, especially such a high profile case. And just Occam's razor and logic tell me that this is exactly what it's been made out to be. And the only thing that I can see there being a wild card on is the possibility of a driver, or that he was the driver and somebody else is responsible. But I can't reach further than that, honestly.
Okay, wait, but I'm not sure if I'm understanding you. So are you saying that you don't believe that there is total widespread local police corruption in this tragedy?
I wouldn't say corruption. I'd say nepotism, favoritism, maybe laziness, but who isn't guilty of those things? I don't think
But
that
there's not really any clear evidence that that's the cause of this, or that might be besides the point.
Okay,
I think
wait,
we should
Jesse.
I think we
I'm
should
lost.
hear her out though.
Say it again.
Let's let her continue. Let's let her deliver her theory though.
So there's no bells and whistles. There's no scandal or anything like that to it. I think that, what's the most logical reason you would see a man in the middle of the night at a sorority house? Hookup, right? So
Wearing a mask though?
Everybody was still wearing masks, especially in really liberal towns like that. I could
When they're
see it.
hooking up?
Maybe walking back through the house. I don't know. I've seen people wearing them in their cars, which is ridiculous. It's your car. Anyhow.
I don't know. That one I didn't
Right.
see anybody else, but I don't know about that.
Hold on, let me go where I'm going with this. If I'm gonna get into it, because I don't want to just have like a blip taken from it. So she hears yelling and banging and all this crap. Dylan wants everybody to shut up. That's obvious. It's been stated many, many times. So she tells him to shut up. Tells him to shut up again. Third time she goes to say shut up, there's a dude walking past, and then he bumps into Ethan. They're yelling and screaming. Probably thought it was a fight over a hookup or something like that. This is my speculation. That's probably what I would think at first. And okay, good. Finally, it's quiet. I can go to sleep. Go to sleep. She's shocked to see there's a dude there in the middle of the night. Figures Ethan's got muscle. What am I going to do about it? He's taking care of it. I'm speaking strictly from how many times has it been in the middle of the night where you or your partner wakes up and you're like, I heard something. I think somebody's here. Will you go check? Or I'll go check. And it's like, oh my God, it's nothing. Go back to sleep. We've all done that. And I'm a safety nut, and I've done it to my husband. He's done it to me. And you just want to go back to bed. Oh my God, shut up. It's fine. And something to that effect, then sees a blood trail in the morning. But we know that they were starting the act that happened, started on the bed. That would absorb a lot, or at least for a while before it started dripping and leaking. So she does see a trail, and oh my God, I heard Ethan get into a fight last night. I hope he's okay. Goes to go check, can't get the door open. Calls Bethany, can't get the door open. What is going on? Something's stuck. Let's say they even get it open a crack and they see a ton of blood, or even somebody passed out right behind the door. Oh my gosh, we got to get in this room and we got to help him. Who's right next door? Big dude with lots of muscles. He can get the door open. Call him, get it open. And then at that point, it's, oh shit. And they're shocked, hysterical, what have you, just like everyone has reported. And dude grabs the phone while they're flipping out and calls 911. That's what I think happened.
Here's the problem with that theory. It doesn't explain the Adam. I told Adam everything. It doesn't explain why Kaylee was in town for one night only. The last opportunity. If she's the target, it's the last opportunity to get at her. And there's really nothing that implicates BK at why he would have her as the target.
It doesn't
So I
explain
mean, there's
the 8
just
hours.
yeah, it doesn't proper the whole seeing a guy in a mask clad in black. I mean, the description was clad in black, wearing a mask, and we're assuming it wasn't a white surgical mask. We're assuming it's more like a ski mask type, and maybe that's an assumption. Maybe we shouldn't make that assumption. But clad in black, the mask probably wasn't white and surgical. It was probably more nefarious looking than that. I just can't imagine a woman being at home seeing a stranger dressed in like that in the middle of the night, not screaming, not demanding to know who that is.
I could see that.
I would be really.
Thinking it was a scarf.
I mean, I'm a man. I'm 250 pounds. If I see somebody clad in black with a mask in my house that I don't know, that's an issue for me. I'm not going to get it.
Your house, though, right?
911 immediately, right?
Well, I think in a single family home, sure, yeah, of course, but like they were used to their roommates having people coming and going at all hours. So
absolutely.
There's also timeline issues. How stealthy you have to be to do that in 8 minutes to fit in with the timeline, to make no noise. The lack of the lack of experience from the accused is something that he's apparently never done before. And he's going to
no DNA to your car. I mean, that is the big one there for me. That the fact that there was no DNA found in his car. I mean, if nothing else, okay, not saying that there
I didn't say he did it alone, and I really don't think he did.
No, me neither. And another fascinating thing is
I have a few friends that work in law enforcement over in that area, and
you didn't say that before.
I said, sees the guy, assumes it's a bad hookup.
But
and then here's the thing that's a fight with the dude.
And I think most of the people that are following this have a huge issue with the fact that you had to have heard this. There's no carpet in this home. The walls are made out of thin garbage drywall. It's a crappy house. We've all seen and know that, okay? That you did not hear. There had to have been, in my opinion, this is my opinion alone, folks. I'm just saying, there had to have been a lot of yelling, screaming, banging, slamming, whatever, because this is a lot of stuff going on. Again, even if you lock yourself in your room, the first thing I'm going to do, or I'm going to see, especially a young girl do, is pick up the phone and call 911 immediately, not 8 hours later. That is my biggest problem with this entire thing.
Another thing that is fascinating about this is Hoodie. Okay, Hoodie was with them in the bar. So Hoodie heard, what did you tell Adam? The fact that this dude, and if you watch his body language, he was cold. He wanted to go home. And I'm sorry, guys, I can't help it. I did what I did for a living. But if you watch his knees, he's loose. He's comfortable. He's not stalking anybody. He was watching out for his friends. However, whatever happened in the bar, this dude knew that his friends were in deep, deep danger. And he stuck with them. He wanted to go home. He wasn't hungry. He was tired. The minute they left, he went home. What I'm saying is whatever went on in the bar, they knew. The only one that I think was clueless, and that could have been because of her state, was Maddie. Obviously, she knew whatever happened with Maddie was very, very bad. And he knew whatever happened in the bar was very, very bad. But I don't think it was like just that night. I think things had been brewing in there for several weeks. We had the mom getting arrested. The other one, oh, come on, you guys. We can tell feds. Okay, what I'm saying is I think that Maddie was clueless because she was buzzed, and that's fine. But I think Hoodie absolutely knew. And I feel so bad for Hoodie. I do. To wake up the next day and find out what he found out. I do think that Kaylee absolutely knew that whatever happened in the bar with Adam was a problem. But I don't think that was like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that the Maddie thing didn't happen with Adam. November 13th still would have happened because I think it was in process for a longer time than that. Okay. I think things were falling apart with territory and with dealing, and things were missing, and money was gone, and people were turning on each other. But Hoodie was a sweet dude. He was. He stayed with his friends. And he knew something was off.
Okay.
I think it's more than likely probably just a case of guilty conscience. I think to answer your question, Jesse, what do I think that Maddie told Adam everything was about? Kaylee had just broken up. And this would also explain why it was maybe thought that this was a hookup with a scarf or, just shocked to see a dude there. She'd just broken up. She had gone on a date since she broke up with Jack. She planned on getting back together with Jack. Maybe she didn't tell Jack that she had gone on a date and it went horribly. And she did, of course, tell Maddie, who was her best friend. And what if it's just as simple as Maddie was telling Adam everything that happened that night on that bad date, telling Adam, like, if you see this guy, nuts.
Well,
to face.
don't cops have a saying?
Do
It's
I?
always the don't cops have a saying that it's always the boyfriend? Like in the event that a woman is unalived, it's always the boyfriend. That's a thing. And I don't mean I'm not saying that I believe that that's what, but I do believe that there's all these coincidences that you have to stack up and measure and say, wow, that's a little too much on both sides.
That'll explain why they called Adam so many, or I'm sorry, Maddie and Kaylee called Jack so many times that night right after they got home. Why Kaylee was texting furiously on her phone, probably trying to do damage control because, I didn't want him to know I dated someone else. He's going to think it went further than it did. I want him, she knew that. And there's nothing wrong with a young woman going out on a date.
That's kind of establishing motive, right? And motive is a real issue with this case because if you're trying to pin it on BK as the lone guy, the motive is kind of iffy, right? It's not really the incel thing. I'm not buying all that stuff.
No, and we still have to figure out why we know who he is too. That's absolutely correct. And how do we know who he is? Where did that even come from? If there's no connection to them based on what we said or what we heard, but again, yes, there could be things we weren't told. I understand that. But where did Brian come from? Where did he come from?
It kind of supports my theory of why would they pick him to frame? Like, no offense to the Koberger family themselves, but Brian's not so special that I would just, you're like, oh, that's the guy we're pinning it on because he's a punk.
But who said he had to be framed?
Right.
Oh,
that's not what I mean. I just meant how did we get to him?
No.
And there's one thing I do want to say about all of this real quick. There have been, as Jesse has said, as Nikki has said, multiple things that we've all looked at from the beginning. And I'm going to say this. If this case would have been cut and dry, here it is, here he is, here they are, this is what happened, this wouldn't even be happening right now. But it's not. There's so many coincidences and other little things and things that have been mishaps and mistakes and this and that and all this. And we have all, I'm guilty of it myself, taken it and brought it like under a microscope with everything because there's so many things. Every one of us has, whatever side we believe we're on, whatever side we're told we're on, which there should be no sides. We all have the same common goal in the end, I do believe. But I think because of all those things that have been under the microscope, all the things that were mistakes that were not supposed to happen, that shouldn't have happened, that law enforcement did wrong, that this was wrong and that was wrong. I think that's why we're at this point right here where we're at and have been at this point for a long time and can't get past this. Because
Jesse, May I
can't
put you in a
find-
corner? What is your bottom line vote? You're on the jury. What is your bottom line vote right now?
Right now, based on what I've seen, there's no
No,
question.
you're on the jury.
Absolutely not guilty.
Yeah, me
Absolutely
too.
not good. But that doesn't mean I don't think that, like, there's a lot of evidence. You know, there's too many coincidences for me to say that he's innocent. I mean,
No, I
he's got
think
a
he
lot of
was
stuff that he
there.
has
I
to
think he
explain.
was there.
Yeah,
I think
I
he was
mean,
there.
I think he's somehow involved or something.
Yep, me too.
I mean, I don't really know, but it sounds like you want my theory, and my theory is, if you like Brian, if you think Brian's the guy, then I need a motive. And the incel thing, I'm not buying that. The perfect crime thing, because he's a criminology student, I'll go with that. And let's say he wants to be famous. Let's say he wants to really he wants us to be sitting here debating the way we are because nobody knows what's going on. And he's like the master, the puppet master behind this whole thing. And I think if you like Brian, you have to think that he left the sheath there to taunt people. I don't believe that a guy that can clean a car and a guy that can clean his apartment and a guy that apparently could could get so close to pulling off the perfect crime, brings his phone and is a complete screw up in half of it, and then an evil genius in the other half. And the sheath thing just doesn't. I believe the sheath was planted, and I'm not going to say, and I don't know who planted, but I just think it's way too convenient that sheath was found where it was found.
Yep.
The way it was found, with the DNA being on it, the way the DNA was on it, to me. So all my theories are going to revolve around the sheath was planted. Is Brian an evil genius that wants to commit the crime of the century, and perhaps actually he wants us to know he did it, but not have enough evidence to convict him and walk out of the court where everybody knows he did it, but we can't prove it, and he, that as a motive, like that's a motive, right? That's something that you could see an evil genius wanting. The whole incel thing, I'm not buying. But then the roommate's story, the roommate's sort of lack of transparency, and the with Kaylee and Jack and all that stuff, that theory doesn't explain any of that. So like I said, I don't think it matters which way you go. There's so many coincidences that are going to be left unexplained.
You know
as
what's
far as
interesting to me is that with all the, and I've never had an issue with Dylan or Bethany, basically, more as time has gone by. But to me, I think they were coming down. They live in a house that's a party place. They live with seeing a man that they don't know leaving the house at 4 o'clock in the morning is far different than any of us seeing a man in our house. They've seen men that they don't know leaving. So the notion that either Bethany or Dylan, and believe me, I have changed on this, but I think they were coming down, they were crashing. I think that Bethany might not have known whether what she thought she saw was real, because it might be acid or MDA, okay, depending upon your drug of choice. Okay, might not have really known whether it was true. What I'm saying, though, is all of our notions that seeing someone at 4 o'clock in the middle of it, where we all live right now, we would be scared to death. Of course we would. It's a party house. They all have seen men leaving that they don't know. So the notion that they would want, if you're coming down and you're crashing, do you really want to like hang out with 15 cops? And then you wake up the next morning, you're smelling horrible things. You go out and you see what you see. You are totally traumatized. You are still not crashed down yet. You really would rather go for cops than friends. I would much rather have friends, first off. And second off, I do not want to be gross and disgusting, but we're adults. We do have to be very honest with each other, guys, that it would be clearly evident that calling 911 and some chest compressions are not changing outcome. Okay? So the truth would be, I would really call friends way before cops. Now, maybe if like they were moving or something, where I thought 911 could help, bring them back alive or whatever, that would be different. But I kind of think at this point, sad truth is, it was very, very clear that they were gone. I would not want to deal with cops who have been banging on my door for the last quarter of a year about noise. Come on, guys. To be fair, she was freaking out. She was freaking out. Can you imagine what they went through? Cold, frozen, smells. Ugh. You really want to call cops? You all really do believe you would call cops, huh? I'm asking.
Well, you have to put yourself in the mind of, a young girl whose frontal lobe is not fully developed, right? We don't know. We don't know what we would do in that situation. None of us really know. Thank God we're not in that situation. So we don't know.
True. That's
We
true.
speculate all day long, but we don't know. Thank God we will know once the trial comes. And I think that the truth.
Hopefully. Yes.
I mean, I've been in that situation.
The truth, I think it's going to make a lot of people go, oh, okay, now I understand. They're going to have to fill in all those pieces for us. We only have just the start, just the edges of the puzzle, right? We only have that. What was that analogy that you used the other day, Dago, that was just perfect? Do you remember?
Which one? About what? What are we talking about?
Gosh, or how much we have, how much we know, and how much we'll find out later. Like you compared it to something, and I was like, "That's brilliant. That's perfect."
Oh, I can't. You would ask me that. I got so much in my head right now. I'll remember it when it's too late. Right. Sorry, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's the truth.
I want to point out that there really there quite possibly was no smell at all, unless you were in the room that it happened in, right? Unless you're in the room. There's
one thing I will say, based on my personal experience, if I've dealt with situations that are very minimal compared to this, okay, in EMS, and I've dealt with people that have been left in a scenario like this for 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, a month, weeks, okay? But for people, I think that there should be some form of a smell, based on my experience, within a matter of 2 to 3 hours. Okay.
Yeah, I also, and to that point, that makes that actually more plausible than not, honestly, to be perfectly honest, is the fact that I bet you that back door was, open when they left. Whoever did this left.
Yeah, very possible.
Yeah. They stopped to shut the sliding door, and then we had the front door open, right? So
yeah.
When you have your heater on, guess what's going to happen? You've got the cold air coming in constantly and the heater running all night. And the rooms in which this happened in were closed. So those
and
rooms.
That's what I was going to say. The doors, the doors being closed makes a difference. It does. It will seep in through the walls, through the vents. Yes, I get that too. It does happen. But an 8-hour period of time, and nothing against what you're saying, Crime Sleuth, and I feel like
I'm saying
I feel you, bro. I know.
I know what you mean. I speak to you guys. It bothers me. It's
that's
penetrating
my dad through a door crack. It's penetrating.
He had been passed for about 30 hours, and there was no smell.
But you got to consider the type of
injuries.
Until
they moved him once the funeral home.
Well, yeah, that's another thing too.
You have to consider the type of injuries.
I was going to say, not to be rude, but how did he pass, if I can ask?
They pretty sure it was just a heart attack. He passed away on Saturday afternoon, and we found him Sunday night.
Okay,
so that was
sorry.
around 30 hours.
So sorry to have you talk about that. My deepest apologies.
It's okay. I have a medical. background too. I just
Right,
don't talk
right.
about it on here because of doctors. But
Sure.
yeah,
One
I
thing I
worked in
do want to
hospitals
say
myself.
is that if there's open wounds, it has a tendency to be
That's
different.
true. Yeah.
Okay.
But,
And
yeah,
from
you
what I
are right.
understand and what we understand, there was a lot of open wounds, a lot of body fluids that had been released. As we all know, if you're in medical as well,
Insane.
when
That
when
is
the
true.
body passes or expires, that body fluids do
Mhm.
expel from the body as well after a certain amount of time, and from 8 hour period of time. I do believe that rigor mortis had already come and go, meaning set in, and had released at that time as well. Because if you look it up, it doesn't take long in certain scenarios. But one thing, it can go both ways, because if the doors were open, front or back or both, the cold air in there can bring things down, slow things down, so on and so forth. But with as much blood, I do believe that was expelled in this. Now, here's the thing, though. It depends on what side of this that you're looking on. If this was cleaned up, per se, as a lot of people are saying that it could have been, it may not be so bad. But if it wasn't, you should have a very strong smell of iron, in my opinion, because there's a lot of that. There's a lot of blood. There's 4 people. That's a lot, folks. But I don't know. We don't know for a fact. Okay, so don't quote anything I'm saying in that sense. So I guess it could go either way. You're absolutely right. It could go either
Well,
way.
I was
Because,
saying that you're
I don't know.
absolutely right in this case, and what
It's a smell
what
like
I
no
was
other.
saying was the rooms in which this happened were closed. The
yeah,
rest of the main doors were open, so the AC was cranking that whole time. So those rooms were hot, and that also makes me wonder, like, how did Bethany and Dylan not notice their rooms were
yeah,
shut? How did they
right.
not notice that the rooms were getting way too hot?
It's
That
a
was
smell you
another thing.
can't compare to anything in the
That
world,
is
and if
weird.
once you smell it, you're gonna know what it is, and
Oh
you're
yeah.
gonna
Yeah,
always remember that
Oh
smell.
yes.
yeah.
It's
There's
Oh
no
going
yeah.
to
mistake.
penetrate door cracks. I don't think the temperature makes a difference. You're gonna smell the smell. It is so strong
It
and
was
so
circulating,
in
right?
your
Yeah.
face
We
that
couldn't get it off the tables in
thank you.
Yeah,
college.
Like
it
it's
It
doesn't
didn't
go
matter.
away.
Well,
You
to
it's
smelled
be
the
fair
formaldehyde
on
too, but you would still
with
smell it.
those types of
majority,
injuries. I want to make that it's with those types of injuries because those are the fluids that make that smell, and when you have those types of injuries, those fluids are being released right away.
Yeah.
yeah.
And that's, I hate to sound graphic, but
I got something for you guys if you're interested.
Go for it.
Regarding the roommates and the people of Moscow and their reluctancy to speak on what happened, and there's a lot of people speculating that people in the town know something and nobody's coming forward to talk about it, right? Well, I come from a small town in Canada, which isn't actually that far away from Pullman and Moscow, Vancouver Island, and there's a cold case from roughly 20 years ago of a young girl, 21 years old, going missing. And she was at a party. And basically, the whole town knows what happened. It's still unsolved. Missing girl, clearly she was unalived. If you talk to people who are involved in the drug culture in the town, they'll all tell you they know what happened. I don't have any knowledge myself. I'm not in the drug culture. I like my wine. I never partaken in any drugs. And I don't know for a fact what happened. All I know is there's an awful lot of people in the town that claim to know what happened. And claimed, and I mean, like I say, you're talking about a girl that goes missing from a party. She's with people. And this is a sort of drug party with criminal elements in the town, right? And then nobody wants to come forward. Nobody wants to point a finger. 20 years down the line, her family has no answers. Yet you can walk down the street in that town and talk to anybody who's involved in drugs, and they'll tell you exactly what happened.
Hey, I'm going to interrupt you just to say bye because I just looked at the clock and I've got to go somewhere in an hour. So
Yeah, we're gonna have to bring this down to anyway soon, and maybe continue this tomorrow, because it seems to be a very good discussion. I'm very impressed with it, and most everybody, and I like things like this. This is the way it should happen. But no, absolutely, thank you, Crime Sleuthin. I absolutely am am grateful that you came up here once again. I love listening to your insight, your theories, your thoughts, your opinions on everything, and you're always welcome to jump up here and do that. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really liked hearing your perspective.
Thank you, Nikki. Bye, CJ. Bye, Brian. Bye, Jesse. Bye, chat.
Peace.
I'll see y'all later.
All right.
Thank
yeah,
you.
guys, I think we've
You guys
been
have a
rolling
good
here
night.
for quite a while here. It's like almost 5 o'clock. So, time flies when you're having fun, I guess. I don't know. But it was a great conversation once we settled everything down and got everybody I got everything under control, I guess, because, and all I want everybody to understand is that everyone's opinion is important and it matters. I don't care what you think. I don't care if you think aliens did it. It's still important. We all have that right to express how we feel on these things. And I'm going to push that till the day I no longer do this. It's just what it is. So like I said, there's a lot of people that didn't get to come up here yet. And I feel that everybody has that option and should have that option. So I may just do this one more time tomorrow. If everybody's welcome that was in here today to come back, if you have anything you want to speak on, and anybody up here can finish saying what they wanted to say.
Yeah, and we still got that. We can still maybe if she's already gone. She was interested in comparing the cases. I thought that was a great idea.
She'll be back tomorrow. I can guarantee it. Right? Yeah, she'll come back in tomorrow for sure. So yeah, and that's a great comparison too, Nikki. Everybody, there was a few people actually that asked that. So
yeah.
Once again, Jesse, sir, thank you. Always a pleasure to have you here, my friend. And I respect all of your opinions, sir. Nikki, I appreciate your outlook on everything as well, and your side of things as well. CJ, my brother, fam, whatever we want to call it, I appreciate you doing this and agreeing to do this for today after last night's scenario. And thank you for joining me today on this as well. Always fun, and I'm sure I'll see you here a little later, my friend. And Brian, I love you to death, brother. I think you're amazing. I love your outlook on things. I love your comedy, all of it. You're a wonderful person, sir. I think you got a huge heart, and I absolutely am beyond happy to have you here anytime that you would like to be, my friend.
Can we please yell at Randy to stop eating cheeseburgers for me?
Please stop eating cheeseburgers.
No, can Brian yell, Randy, stop eating all the cheeseburgers?
Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go, Brian. Everybody in chat, I want to thank you all very much for being here again today and every day, and just for being who you are, because you guys are all amazing people. I appreciate all the support you give to all of our channels, not just this channel, CJ's and Nikki's and Drunk Turkey and all of us out here, guys. We all are here for the same goal and the same end result on all of this. And I absolutely appreciate you all for supporting everything in this community, because it's what matters, folks. I love you guys to absolute death. I hope you guys know that. And I hope you guys will continue to love yourselves and love each other, because that's all that matters nowadays, folks. And that's all we got. So you guys, I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Again, I'm sure I'll see you somewhere later. And if not, same place, same time, same day go tomorrow. I will see you guys all on the other side. You have a great day.
Bye, guys.
Later,
Thanks again. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
All right. Good night, guys.
Have a great one, panel. Thank you all.